It's great. Um, Kevin is online, caffeinated. It's Wabbit season, and Miner Spider 8 is online as well. And that's in Twitch and Gaming Zone. Hi, he says, hey, Doc. And Tactical Warrior, hey, how you doing? The Monkey with Drip is here. Okay, the Monkey is here. What's cooking, Doc? Looking. Caffeinated says hi to everyone. And says, I don't mean to brag, but I passed second grade, and now I can finally play some Satisfactory in peace, knowing that I don't have to learn 15 pages for one test every week. Okay.
I know he's not American, so maybe grades are a little bit different from wherever the monkey's from.
Yeah, because in second grade would be about an 8-year-old, 7 to 8-year-old.
Yeah, so
And I think you're a little older than that.
you never know, I guess.
Okay. But if you're a second grader going into third grade, hey, welcome.
Cool.
We'll keep it good for you. Okay. Just finished my first aluminum factory. Wow, that's an accomplishment. Your short was invaluable. Oh, that's great. That's great. And Limitless Void says, hey, Doc. So, and Gratis 890 just joined on Twitch. Hey, well, hey, everyone. I also just finished second grade. Okay. Okay.
Nice.
You know, we need Paul Harvey to tell us the rest of the story.
There you go. Okay, so the monkey says we got this technical school you go to after middle school.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And middle school has 8 grades. Interesting.
Okay. Interesting.
We actually had a really strange thing going on. Most places in the U.S. have your elementary school, which takes up to like age 12-ish. Then you have a middle school or a junior high, one or the other, then a high school. And for some reason, we actually had a middle school and a junior high, which was interesting. So both of them had 2 grades in it.
When
And then we had a high school.
in O'Fallon?
No, back in Washington.
Interesting. Yep. When I went to school, it was just went to the first 6 grades were elementary school, and then 2 grades, 7th and 8th, were junior high,
Yeah.
and then 9 through 12 was high school. So
Yeah.
that was the way things went. Okay, well, let's get on with it. Today we're going to do a live stream, and I'm going to choose to do it.
We do a live stream.
Yeah, that too. We're going to do a speed run.
Oh, okay.
Get the right word here. Going to do a speed run. We're going to do it in the Northern Forest this time. So we kind of scoped a few things out, see what we can do. And Robert, you're going to be able to put the text up there with the times to beat, right?
Yeah, although I got a little behind, so I need to clean that up. But yeah,
Okay.
give me a moment here.
Okay.
Hey, look, there it is.
And oh, there it is. And does that tell me what tiers to hit first? Tier 1.2 first, then 1.1, then 1.3?
Yes.
Okay. Then 2.5 to get the second logistics level. Then 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4. Okay.
So, of course, the ones on the right are Doc's personal best. The left-hand column, that was the group run, which
That was the group run. Okay.
better
So
than.
we won't be trying to beat the one on the left. We'll be trying to beat the ones on the right.
Yep. And we're trying the Northern Forest mostly just to change things up, I think, right? I don't think we're actually thinking it's going to beat the previous one or be significantly better.
Okay, Dragon Shaker asks, how does the speedrun work? Well, up in the upper left-hand column, Robert's zeroing out the numbers from our group speedrun where we had everybody playing all at once on our server. But a speedrun basically says, how fast can I get through the early tiers of the game? And so you can see in that right-hand column that basically I've gotten, after 2 hours and 23 minutes, I've gotten just to phase 1.
I'm going to pull this out so we can actually read a little better.
Yeah. And he'll put it back in the corner when the Satisfactory logo is gone. But this is what we've done basically to enable us to see how fast we can get through. And that's what kind of generated the short on, what to do to get your early levels done quickly. Okay. So that is basically how a speedrun works. I'm going to be solo on this one. I'm going to be going and I'm going to be working together. Everybody's going to be coaching me and giving me suggestions in the chat window. And so I'll engage with that, and Robert will keep on throwing things at me and helping me to remember where to go next or what to do next, and kind of a little bit of teamwork there. Copper Boar says, greetings from France. All right, and all the team. Your stream makes us restart the adventure in 1.1. That's good. That is way cool. Way cool. Tillican, TL Hyken, says, on the cosmic scale, I just finished second grade. 23 years isn't that long. You're right. When you're 68, 23 years doesn't seem all that long. So, yeah, my birthday.
We usually stop at the first tier or phase after the 2 hour mark. Is kind of where the benchmark is.
Yep. So you saw we made the elevator. That's the space elevator, by the way, not the new elevators in 1.1.
Yeah.
We made the space elevator at an hour and 47 minutes, and then I went, because we weren't at the 2 hour mark, I worked on phase 1 to get that done as quickly as I could. And phase 1, of course, then took till 2 hours and 23 minutes. So we'll stop when it hits the 2 hour mark. I'll finish the current thing I'm on,
right,
to get that time frame, and then we'll quit.
So Alexa asked, Robert, when was the last time you were not behind on work? Because for me, the last time I wasn't behind on work was 1999.
Well,
I think when I was like around 6 years old, Mom told me that I had to finish cleaning my room before dinner. And ever since then, I've been behind.
okay. By the way, cats shed in the spring, and one of the reasons why I never said I'd ever own a long hair cat again was because they tend to shed more than short hair cats.
Yeah. You now own a long hair cat.
I now own a long hair, and you could call her a medium hair cat, really, because I've seen longer hair cats than that. But
sure, she's still young.
Yeah, cat hair everywhere, it seems. First time chat from Nismo 567. He says, "Hey," she says, "Hey everyone." It looks like.
Possibly. Yep. Hello, Nismo.
Good to have you with us. Good to have you.
Are you ready to get started?
We are ready to start a new game, and we're going to go to the Northern Forest, and we're going to call it Speedrun and give it today's date, 6-23-2025. Confirm that to make sure it's right. We're going to skip the intro.
Yep.
That enables us to pass by the onboarding process and start at Tier 1. And are we ready to start the clock, Robert?
That's the save file.
Yep, I know.
I don't have an auto clock, unfortunately. But.
Yep, we're working on getting that back, right?
Yeah, kind of.
Along with all the other plans.
We already established I'm behind, okay?
Yes, you're behind on a lot of tasks that I wanted to do, and I need you to square away and get moving.
Harumph.
I've got a red and white clock that I've wanted for,
oh my god,
how many months now?
Yeah.
Okay, ready, set, go. Now I'm going to end up in the Northern Forest, And I likely will have to go down here a bit south and to the west into this valley down here. Because this is where I should find, and of course I'm
East.
east a little bit. Too bad I don't need that slug over there.
Yeah, this, I believe, takes you there.
Okie dokie. And I'm collecting biofuel. Remember the short I just did on biofuel, your first biofuel factory.
Oh, you're in a bit different area than what you were before, Doc.
Yep. Okay. Escape. Save game.
Yep, grab that.
Save file. And I need to go to here, to there.
So Spiral the Spy.
Spiral the Spy.
Might be a little late, but there's a reason why you like the Northern Forest for speedrunning over other locations. This is our first time trying the Northern Forest.
Yeah.
So we're just trying it out.
And we took off thinking that we knew where we were at to get to the valley that we want to make the hub in. And obviously didn't quite hit. Okay, so Robert, this is where we ended up.
Each worth over $1 million.
Yeah.
Suddenly it all made sense.
What?
Everyone wasn't just a power-hungry
Autoplay on something.
Yeah.
And switch it over to your headphones.
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
That would be
too.
helpful, yeah.
That was one of those stupid AI generated stories. Okay.
Okay.
So where I wanted to be, oh gosh, the resource nodes are all changed again. It'd be nice to change the default of these resource nodes. I want limestone,
Nope, you
I
only
just-
want pures.
pure limestone, pure mud, and pure copper.
Okay. East. Follow
Yeah.
that path you're on east,
Turn the
and you'll get
fauna
there.
off.
Just follow the path east.
Oh, okay. East, east, east. This is where I wanted to be. Okay, and
Yep. The clock's still ticking.
yes, the clock is still ticking.
So Gondogrim says, "Good morning, all.
East, east.
How goes
east,
the
my
battle?
friend.
What's
How goes
school?"
the battle? What? Did
He says, "What's school? Like fish? The stuff you use dynamite to harvest?"
Yep. A school of fish is a good way to say it. And isn't the wreck just up here?
Nope. No. Yeah. Jack says hello. He says, "I like the Northern Forest because everything's in one spot with coal nearby."
Yeah, there is coal nearby, yes. Okay, where am I?
Keep going and stay on the road. That's not a road. That's a water. That's a river.
Potential
Where's the road?
There's the
Reminder that
road.
Look and smell alone do not provide
Oh, there's the
sufficient data
tower.
to determine exact risk of consumption.
And there's your giant arch,
Just because it looks like you can eat it does not mean it won't eat you.
I think.
Store this potential resource for later use.
And the Jimble Wimble just resubscribed on Twitch. Says, "Hey Doc, how's the world?"
The world is great, and I am great in it.
Yep. Okay, this is our valley.
All right, so first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to flop a hub down here so that I can respawn here when I get all lost.
Yep.
And the cargo ship is already coming down. And where is the mine that I thought I saw over this direction?
I think it's on top of that little hill to your left. At least there should be one up there. There's one.
There it is.
And Dragon Shaker says, "Good luck."
Thank you.
So things will be a little bit different because in the other area we end up going out and checking out a whole bunch of recs before we really get started. Here we get started first, and we'll check out a rec later. So we're gonna end up beating some of our early times. We'll see if that snowballs.
And miner number 2 going down. Excuse me. And man, build a ramp up to this thing. I didn't use these biomass burners last time, but I'm going to this time.
Okay.
And power wire. Look this one up. And where's my miners?
Well, in Alexa's test, she says getting directly onto the miners doesn't help too much. Alexa's record for Northern Forest is 2 hours 40 minutes for Tier 4, and Rocky Desert is 2 hours 24 minutes. So for her, there's a 16-minute delta doing it faster in the Rocky Desert. We shall see how that impacts you.
Yeah, exactly. We shall see. So the next thing I want to do is I want to put a smelter.
You're
You're
gonna
gonna
wait to power them up first, or are you
I
gonna?
did power them up already.
Oh,
You missed that, huh?
yeah, I missed that. I'm sorry. I'm working over here on Satisfactory Modeler at this point. Yeah, if you have one of those running rods, then the other one running plates, and then you should be able
Exactly.
to get 1.2 finished, which I think is what we're starting with. And Greatest just subscribed with Prime. He says 2 more, it'll be half a year.
All right.
Yeah,
Man, it's been that long.
isn't that crazy?
That is crazy.
Well, we're glad to have you, Greatest.
Very glad to
Appreciate
have
the
you.
support. And Alexa's voting for you just to give me a big old tray of Monster and just not let me sleep till I catch up.
Not letting you sleep until you. Oh, that's an idea.
Uh,
Will that work?
I,
Will that provide enough incentive?
It's not incentive. It's hours in the day. I mean, I guess if I don't sleep, sure.
Yeah.
Oh, look how slow that is.
Yep, look how slow that is. All right, we need to tell this to make iron ingots. And we need to give it power. Give it some power. Come on, it's got power. No, it doesn't. Okay.
And Caffeinated says it's nearly 7 months into the Twitch affiliate anniversary. Oh boy.
What's the Twitch affiliate?
Oh, that's when we got monetized, which was about a month after we started, or less than after we started.
Yeah,
On
we're
Twitch.
we're getting really close to getting started with monetization on TikTok as well already.
I think you have to break the top of it first.
Oh, it's got a
In fact, we already hit 500,000 views over there. I don't think you're actually breaking the node. I think you're just mining.
I have the node highlighted.
Oh, okay. Felt like it was taking a while.
Yeah, it was taking a while for some reason. And here we just want a constructor. Come on, tag it, please. There it is.
So, Gauntlegrim asked the question of the day. He says, Doc worked for Boeing, yes?
Yes.
Did he ever work on the bunker busters? News said Boeing helped create them.
No, but I worked in the area that the bunker busters were created and was given a tour of the bunker buster factory in St. Charles, Missouri. So yeah, I'm very familiar with the bunker busters. And they have been in the news recently.
Yeah. Yeah,
All
Doc came in from the civilian side. Remember, there was the merger between Boeing and
McDonnell Douglas.
McDonnell Douglas, which had more the military side, correct?
Yes.
And so they acquired the military side. And this was what, 15 years ago?
It was 1998.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
I worked on the merger team that basically worked on all the HR sort of, benefit plans and stuff like that. I was working in HR at the time. That's a side of me you've never heard probably before.
You were the technical guy for the HR team.
Correct.
Yeah. What he later coined as a shadow IT guy.
Yep, I was definitely a shadow.
And by shadow IT guy, that means that you're IT that's embedded in a different department as opposed to being a part of the IT department itself.
Exactly.
Especially when you have an established IT department in addition to all these other shadow IT people. Jack says, I used shape charges and cratering charges before. Interesting physics logic. You can even use an IV bag to direct that force.
An IV bag.
Okay.
An in vitro hospital type bag.
Yeah, I'd love to hear more
Love
about
to
that.
understand
That's interesting.
Understand what that's about. Yeah. Let's make some concrete here, folks. Okay, we've got concrete being made.
Well, Caffeine says, holy moly, your update 8 videos are a year and a half old. I guess I've got a lot of doc hours under my belt. Yeah, it's been around for a bit.
If you started there, it's been around a bit. Yep. Okay. I need to build a constructor on here.
Okay, Jack says, yes, for doors, not like bunker bombs or anything. So we talk about shape charges to blow out doors using a medical IV bag.
Oh, okay.
Hold control.
Thank you.
Yep.
Sometimes I forget that command is there.
Yep. So in response to the HR comments, Gondelgrim says, I don't see Doc as the guy planning group activities and passing out birthday cake or specifically so Milton doesn't get a piece.
No, it's called developing the policies of who gets what health benefits and what retirement benefits and that type of thing. I was way far up the stream. I wasn't actually implementing HR policies. I was developing HR policies at that point.
Oh.
So, yeah.
But that was 25 years ago. Those policies no longer exist.
And it was the work that I did there that they decided that, oh, we better hire this guy rather than just let him go in the next riff, because I was still a contractor at that point.
Boeing loves contractors.
Yeah. Okay, I'm making plate here, folks.
You mean there's a kind of employee we can pay and then just fire him anytime we want, and we don't have to? Oh, cool.
Yep, it's called a contractor. It creates the flexibility in hiring systems here in the U.S. to have part of your workforce as contractors, so they can be let go immediately rather than having to give them a 60-day notice, warn notice.
Uh,
Well, control isn't helping with this, Robert. So I'm just going to
Dang.
place it.
Yeah, it looks like it's just too much of a
Too much of a
gradient there.
drop. Yep, too much of a drop.
Alexa says, so everyone would be nice to you, because if they made you mad, you'd make sure they lost their benefits.
At that point, yes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I overpowered the grid already.
Well, you need to get a real biomass burner, not the...
Exactly. Not the cheap one off the hub.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
okay.
Watergon, that's... he asks, what are the times supposed to be for the speed run? That's hours. So it's hours, minutes, seconds. So it's 2 hours, 23 minutes. Not 2 minutes for phase one. That would be incredible.
That would be pretty incredible, yes.
Basic wire.
I don't have wire. Okay, where's my copper one? Is that's up here, isn't it?
I think so. Nice and close. And just taking that top nodule off will be enough. First handcraft of the day.
Yep. Hopefully, I would love it to be the last, but that won't happen, I suppose.
Unfortunately.
The time I'm beating is 36 minutes on the first one.
Yes, sir. Gondogrim, you're making references I don't know. Oh, Gondogrim. Gondogrim is forwarding the concept of Doc as the Boeing hitman.
Yeah, that's coming up again.
He says, so Doc designed the HR policies to help with the, quote, retirement policy for...
Yeah, for those
two
that
whistleblowers.
decided to, yeah, exactly.
Oof. No, pretty much, I'd imagine that just about everything that you wrote got thrown out after Obamacare, right?
Nope.
Really? 'Cause I
Nope.
thought they redid all the healthcare at least for that.
I dealt with all the legacy retirement issues.
Oh, okay.
So I was part of the fact that I had health care locked in for when I retired,
Oh.
if you get my drift.
Uh-huh.
So in 1998, I'm developing a plan that made sure that I had health care for when I retired.
I didn't stop it from the cost from skyrocketing after,
Oh no,
in the interim.
it did not stop the costs, no.
Iraq Nation 21 says hi. Hello, hello. They don't have splitters yet.
No, you don't have splitters yet. So it's just going to go
Feed
into
one of
one,
them manually.
which means I'm only going to process leaf or wood, one of the two. Probably just
And in fact, you're going to feed one of those manually because you have to get it going in order to get the power to run the constructor.
yep. You're so wise, Robert. You recognize all those wonderful things that I need to do. That's so good.
You know, your sarcasm
Doesn't what?
doesn't make me feel good.
Oh, but I'm not here to make you feel good.
Gologram says, my grandmother worked for Monsanto. They were supposed to have medical as well as other benefits for life. Monsanto sold that portion of their company to Solutia, another Monsanto company, and declared bankruptcy and tried to get out of the retirement plans. They sort of won, not having to pay medical for my grandmother. Yeah, when we were living in the St. Louis area, we had a lot of Monsanto friends.
Yeah, exactly. There was a Monsanto plant fairly close by. And this is going to be making biomass from
Leaves.
leaves. Yeah.
You do have some wood in your inventory you can just toss in the other biomass burner for now.
That's true. And I could connect this one up if I had another pole someplace. There's another pole.
You are out of cable.
Yeah. I'm not out of wire though, so I can make a little bit of cable.
Fuel. Alexa says, Robert, since when do you think fathers were there to make their sons feel good? They're supposed to be hard on you. Just ask your sisters who are daddy's little girls and will always be their favorite.
Now I'm missing wire.
Grumble, grumble, Alexa.
Yep.
Grumble. So Wardagon says, early game power production seems like such a hassle whenever I think back on it. I mean, it's not as complicated a mess as nuclear, but way harder than coal or fuel, having to keep up with all these biodegradables.
Well, if you look at the long form video that I did on the early biomass factory, a biomass plant, you can set up 8 biomass burners and just throw a ton of stuff, leaves and so forth into. You can put a whole bunch of leaves into bins, into storage bins, and wood into storage bins. Keep collecting and just throwing it in there, and they'll just keep on humming along for a long time. You don't have to worry about early game all the way through tier 2. 8 biomass burners will keep you through tier 2. So, yeah, when
It's
you
just
can
more
get
time consuming, I think But then again, most people don't play like you, where every time you go anywhere, you're practically a beagle with how much time you spend your nose to the dirt collecting stuff.
well, yeah, I've got the E key down while I'm while I'm humming along so that I can pick up as much biomass as possible along the way. And I said that in the video too.
Yeah. That was actually one of the comments we got quite a few times in that video of just, wait, you can just press it, hold the E key?
Yep. It's kind of like hopping on your mower and just continuing to mow. Collecting it as you go. So even though I emptied my bags, I've got 6 more wood and 101 more leaf just from traveling back and forth. So I was out of wire, and I've got 121 wire now. Okay.
Yep.
And I need to make a few more cable, but don't use all my wire up.
Yep. Jack says, only good thing about biomass is it doesn't burn it if it doesn't need it.
Yeah, that's kind of a weird mechanic that I thought was weird anyway.
It's weird, but it's really helpful.
And I just changed it to daytime.
Controlling the sun. Watergon says, oh, I have a blueprint that handles converting biodegradable stuff into solid biofuel. Even liquid biofuel if I add the extra refinery on top and connect it to water. Also handles slugs and mobs.
Yep.
Cool.
Yep. So you
Nice
can
all in one.
You can plop them down all at once. Yep. All right. Let's go see what I've produced here. How much have I produced here? Bunch of iron plate. What? Fuse blown again? What is going on?
I don't think you have both of your... Oh, I bet your... Huh?
You think maybe... I mean, I don't see
Wait,
where a fuse
I don't
blew.
think you have both of your sections connected together. Look back at your hub. That one.
Oh,
There's
it's
one
just going
separate.
straight over there, yeah. And that blew because it ran out of fuel. So I'm
Yeah.
gonna...
So connect the two up.
Yeah, I'll get it started first. And yeah.
Okay, are we close to finishing our first tier?
I think so. I just need to I didn't ever get rods started. Don't know, do I
Okay.
need rods? The first tier, I can't remember.
Yeah, you need rods and plates.
Okay, so I need a constructor down here. I'm missing reinforced iron plate.
Okay, it looks like it's time for a run.
Yeah, it's time for a run up to the... A run up to the wreck.
Now that's one thing. Previously we did 2 wrecks. Here there's only 1 wreck in good space. But or in good proximity, I think is a good better word for it. But it's super close. There's actually a number of others, but they're all to the right. Oh, yeah, you got it. There's a number of others, but they're all located behind the what are they called? The gas things. Yay, screws!
And there's 2 areas of plate here, which will be helpful.
A free drop pod, which is so nice.
Mm-hmm.
Damaged hard drive successfully acquired. All pioneers are contractually obliged to preserve and secure any recovered hard drives for future analysis, which may result in benefits to the Fix-It mission. Speculation as to why there are crashed freighters in your fix-it designated zone is discouraged as specified in your contract.
Okay, there was a second
Yeah.
set of plates that I'm not finding yet.
Oh, at your feet.
That was plates. There was a second set of reinforced plates.
Right.
There they are.
Very nice. Okay.
Okay, now we can go home.
Addressing. Hi, Doc. Have we just
Hi.
started?
A little bit ago, about an hour ago.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we're dropping some frames too, which is too bad.
Okay, hard drives, biggest pain in 1.1.
Interesting. Oh yeah, with the man bugging out if we scan and not claim too many. Yeah. Okay, I think we're almost there.
Now I can build a constructor to start building some rods. Might have to handcraft a few rods just to accelerate the process.
Yeah. And Trumpkin's here. He says, "Good day. Hope everyone's prospering today."
So far, so good.
Yeah. These are going fairly well. Addressed ya. Says an hour ago and nothing completed yet, or is Robert slacking?
Okay.
Look. Well, we got started a little bit late. Goldengrip says Doc's slacking and blaming Robert. There you go.
Okay.
No, time wise, I think.
I mean, boot him out of chat, please.
Say what?
Boot him out of chat, please. You know,
Yep.
If he's not going to support me, then
And Domplegrim says, I learned over the weekend that the guy in the Mandalorian suit is Brendan Wayne, the grandson of John Wayne. Figures a space spaghetti western does so well. So it figures why it goes so well. Yeah.
does this not have power? No, it does not have power.
No, it just doesn't have. Well,
I'm looking for a pole. Looking for a pole.
Captain, gentlemen, I think we can all agree that this is Garrett's fault.
Yeah, because he's not here. You can blame him.
I agree. No, Garrett is prepping because today is the release of his. Oh. Yes, Alexa, Garrett can read. I know it feels weird, but Garrett can read, and he can write decently too.
And he's hoping to actually make money this time.
Yeah. I think he's got a good shot at it. So Wardagon says, when there's too many scanned recipes, the UI starts to expand downwards and scale the position of the scanned stuff based on that. So when you have 15 or more, 15 or so, that means the claim button will be off the screen. So you can't ever claim a recipe. Oh.
We haven't seen that happen, have we?
No, I don't know if we've gone through claiming recipes in the Gigafactory yet. So we might be able to look at that today. Because I know we have a lot of unclaimed recipes.
Yes, we do.
Trumpkin says, where can we find out more about Garrett's book? As soon as it is live, we'll make sure he posts about it in the Discord. He is publishing it serialized on a site called Royal Road. So the first 10 chapters or so should be live today, and he'll be publishing a week until the story is fully released. And the book is titled Iconoclast, and he tortured me yesterday to help make the cover for the book.
Tortured you, huh?
Yes. That was weird.
Yeah, I accidentally put a power pole down instead of a power line. And we need this thing to do what? We need this thing to make wire. All right.
Alessander_Petrova said, Hi Doc Ada here. Did you know that scanning hard drives for cast screws will increase you efficiency by 60% and earn you extra doggo cuddles? Also, please
Oh.
congratulate Gerald for me on his book release. It's quite the accomplishment.
Gerald. We can't ever pronounce his name correct, can we?
Never.
It's already got 4.
Hey, great artist. Yes, Ada text-to-speech is now fully functional.
Okay, so how much do I need? Okay, how much do I need to
You
unlock
need
tier
20 iron rod, 10 iron plate.
We can do that.
Excellent.
I don't think I have 300. No, I don't have 300 wire yet.
Wait, hold on. Which one is this?
Logistics 1.2.
Oh my gosh, I was looking at the wrong thing entirely. Okay, I'm sorry. I gave you totally the wrong... Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Okay,
I was just looking at the
okay.
wrong thing.
All right.
Okay.
So I need more rod, and
More wire.
more wire.
So yeah, on my list of things I'm behind on, I'd love to get this Ada text-to-speech working for YouTube as well. But... Wardagon says, hey, by the way, Doc, what's your opinion on using early game lizard doggos for the occasional fancy items they bring in? Nice points for sync or useful for early milestone completion.
Never tried it. So I guess I don't have an opinion yet.
Doc is pretty anti-doggo.
I am?
No. I think it's great. I think it's fairly inconsistent, but when it helps, it's nice. There starts the mower.
Yep. Trying to get out one before it gets too warm.
Bruh is here. Says, what's up?
Uh-huh. Well, right now we're doing a speed run, and I have a feeling I'm behind.
Probably a little bit. And Alexa says on the doggo idea that it is random, but if you hit the jackpot, you're 15 minutes ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if it just gave us some smart plating or something. I mean, smart plating is the biggest difficulty, to finish phase 1. And if it gave us some smart plating or reinforced iron plate, that'd be great.
Refried Bean asks, what PC is the doc running?
He's running a pretty good PC.
Yeah.
Intel 13th gen processor and a 4070 GPU and a
How much
How-
memory?
he went dummy high on the memory.
So is it 256 or 128? I can't remember.
Yeah, one of those two. Donogram says, what's heat in Missouri? It's 88 degrees here with 90% humidity.
It is supposed to be 90 today. So,
The humidity won't be so high, though. It's
yeah, about 70% or so.
yeah. It's Missouri compared to Florida. It's nowhere near Florida, but it's pretty hot of its own accord.
Yep. All right.
It's been fun teasing Brits over the weekend over their heat wave. It's like, oh, okay. but it's British heat. You wouldn't know. You would understand.
Well, we do know, we do understand because we lived in the Puget Sound where there was virtually no air conditioning anywhere.
Mm-hmm. And to be honest, Washington State has, at least Western Washington, has a lot the same sort of weather as Britain does.
Yep.
But there's a solution that you can tell every Brit, and they'll get upset every time. Just say, install air conditioning. Just try it, just once. Alexa says, yesterday I went to Rotterdam, which is like 30 minutes from here, to see the last true ocean liner still in service, the Queen Mary II. Queen Mary II, I should say. Very cool.
Milestone reached. Conveyor
What do we
belts
got?
can now
Okay.
merge, split, and
44:32.
lift to save space and enhance the productivity
Okay.
of your factory.
8 minutes behind our
Exit
best.
encourages you to consider investing
But I'm
in
pretty sure you're gonna hit 1.1 here very quickly.
Logistics. If you feel stressed by this complexity, imagine yourself on the shore of a vast and calm ocean. Breathe in. Visualize
Gotta wait for it to
all
come
the
back. So
people
basically, you
relying
just
on
need
you.
80 rods
The
and
sea
you're good.
is made of billions of faces, each staring at you with hope and tears in their eyes. Breathe out. Feel refreshed.
We got a technical
and
question
focused
from
on your
AA
goals.
on YouTube.
Okay.
It says, "Hey Doc, I always find myself transporting items from mines with conveyors, and it's always a hassle to build them. Do you have any alternate ways that you like more?"
Um, in early game, you've just got to conveyor them in. By the time you get trucks, sometimes trucks will help a bit. Um, but I went out the wrong direction. Trucks will help a bit, but you're stuck with conveyors until you get trucks and then trains and then
Drones eventually.
drones eventually. So okay, as soon as the freighter is back, we can do 1.1.
I think if you're talking about something coming from a mine, you're talking about something in very high quantity. So if you don't want to use conveyors, it sounds like trains is probably the best high quantity.
Okay, so change. I'm gonna change check the milestone for field research. There I need plate and screws. How many screws do I have? And 300 wire. So I've got the plates already. Don't need that. Screws and wire. How many screws do I have in inventory? 194.
I think you need to go make another iron rod to screw line.
Okay.
And you have about 2 minutes to set that up.
So the other mine is over here. The two mines are over here.
Yep.
Never used trucks. Conveyors are always more reliable. I don't know about the reliability factor. You do have to manage more things with a truck. If you manage them effectively, it doesn't mean it. They tend to be just as reliable. Missing materials. I'm missing a miner. I need to get a mini miner set up.
Yeah, and they'll do what we did and put 30 trucks on the same route on the same road.
Yeah, don't do what we did. Yeah, don't.
And trucks like roundabouts, which is kind of annoying, but very European idea.
Own Hearts. First time chat says hi. Nice to meet you. Nice to see you. All right, I think 7 is enough. I'll just stop there and. Okay, where was I? Right up here. And the freighter is back.
So first time Jeff from Ownheart who says, "I'm watching your movies on YouTube. You're great."
Well, thank you.
Alexa says, when Queen Anne did her first transatlantic cruise, she was 1 day late crossing into the Atlantic in 9 days. And Queen Mary II did so in 7, but could have done it in 5. But they tend to avoid that for fuel purposes. A transatlantic cruise ship in 5 days.
Yeah,
That's
amazing.
booking it.
That is booking it. I thought I had enough rods.
Did you use them?
Must have used them for something.
Yep.
And I only need 31 rods.
Watergon continues his comments about trucks. He says, trucks need roads and preferably separate lanes for back and forth travel to not get stuck on each other is a massive pain. Also, there's a lot more space used up than a conveyor line or a bus.
But when you don't have trains and you don't have drones yet,
Yeah.
they're better than nothing. So what you're going to see in our Gigafactory build is you're going to see us replacing the trucks and replacing the drones with more reliable trains.
Yep.
Milestone reached. Several
Save
new
time.
structures are now available for improving factory organization. Foundations provide a building grid, which makes it easier to manage
50,
placement of any
15.
structure. In the event that you are
Okay, we're only
experiencing
2 minutes
amnesia
behind.
for all events prior to planetfall,
Okay.
be reassured that memories of
Field
beloved humans
research.
and/or animals would have only been
It's the one where
distractions
we
from your
need
important
screws.
mission.
And that's what I was building this line over here for. Start producing some rods and then screws. Elements is making a blueprint had at least one railway. Designed road space for trucks. Why don't you read that one to me?
Yeah. Making one road space for tubes and conveyor. Cool. I kind of started doing that, building the cool covered roadway with hypertubes on top, and I just didn't finish it because we got too stuck in on the Gigafactory. So the great artist says, I see a lot of good examples of train networks and conveyor buses, but not a lot of people know how to use a scaled up truck network. Jack, yes, our connection right now is not great. We're getting some pretty bad drop frames at the moment. So hopefully we don't lose you guys.
My power grid went down, by the way.
Oh no. Yeah, I bet you it went down because
The fuel, yes. Exactly. Exactly what happened. And now I just quickly put a splitter on it, and I've got plenty of biofuel being. I have plenty of biomass being made now.
cool.
So,
So the next milestone's actually pretty quick, right? You just got to gather the last few things for it.
yeah, I've got to finish making the screw line. I need screws. It's what I'm working on, and I need to make the screw line. But in order to do that, I've got to have wire, and I was out of
There's
wire.
366. Nice. Cool.
So, all right, Mr. Smelter. Into a constructor.
And Owen Hart, who came in and talked a little bit, says, my English is not very well, but I can understand your movies as well.
Oh, good.
That's good. Well, we're glad you're here.
Yeah, and we need to be sure closed captioning is enabled on all of our videos so that the people can get translations if they want it.
So YouTube has recently rolled out an auto dubbing feature. And unfortunately, I've heard some pretty bad reviews of it. That there are a lot of people who, first off, it doesn't there's not an easy way to disable it, apparently. And so there's a lot of people who speak English as a second language, and listening to it in English is much preferable to them to listen to this auto-dubbed, because it's just not good enough.
Ah.
Which is unfortunate, but it's not good enough. Alexa says, to cross the Atlantic from Southampton, England to New York, in 5 days you need to maintain a speed of 26 and 30 knots. And a top speed of a modern cruise ship is 22 knots. The Speed Queen Mary 2 had a 30 knots, and top speed of the Titanic in 1912 was 21, and the Mauretania was 27, and Lusitania was 26.7.
Wow.
So actually making it in 5 days means nearly none of these ever could, except for the Queen Mary 2. That's crazy.
That is. And that's probably why it was such a big deal to the Germans to knock the Lusitania out of the water.
Yep. Interesting side story. Elbert Hubbard was aboard the Lusitania when it was shot.
Was he? Did he?
When it was
Did he
just-
die because of it?
Yep.
So Albert Hubbard was. That's where he died.
Yep.
How did see? Good grief.
Elbert Hubbard is a very minor author in American history, but he was, gosh, how do you describe the guy? It wasn't so much that he was an author, it's that he was a publisher. He owned he had his own tiny little village of people who published books, and that and the weapons smuggling.
That and what?
And the weapons smuggling? I don't know anything about that. Anyway, he was part of the Roycroft artisan community in New York. I found out about him when I was running a bookstore, and I got one of his original leather-bound copies, hand-stitched, handmade, of one of his earliest books. It's falling apart. It's hardly even a book anymore. You can still see all the leaves, the pages, the entire spine is gone, but you have the front and back cover. And
Somebody didn't see the value of it and tossed it in a bin for a thrift store.
yep. So, anyway, I have a copy of that book. It's not even great writing. It's poetry and stuff. But, yeah. Big part of the arts and crafts movement of the era. Died in 1915. But, he's making enough money. He was on the Lusitania. Like,
Living the high life. I mean, if you're on a cruise ship like that, I have pictures of my grandparents getting on cruise ships like that with their steamer trunks and all dressed to the nines and just ready to go to England. And it's just neat. We've been able to track down their names on some passenger manifests to
yeah,
find out when they traveled.
cool.
But yeah, it's a really cool picture of, Violet when Griffin was married to Violet, and that's my grandparents. That's my grandparent inventor, Griffin. So
Actually, Gondogram Elbert Hubbard, not L. Ron Hubbard. The names are very similar, and I was rather confused when I first found this book, and I had to do the research. Totally different people. I don't even know if they're related at all. But Elbert was an arts and crafts author in New York. L. Ron Hubbard was
Science fiction writer,
a science fiction writer who thought himself much bigger and more important. I've read some of his books too. They're weird.
they are strange books, yes.
In fact, I used his largest book to defeat my elder sister in a reading contest when we were teenagers.
Oh, what?
Britta and I both read a lot at that time, and she read her genre and I read my genre. And at one point, we got in some silly, stupid thing about it, and she challenged me to read one of her good, proper books, and I challenged her to read one of my books, and we both said fine. And so I had to read Pride and Prejudice, which I did, and she had to read Battlefield Earth, and she didn't.
And she didn't.
To be fair, Battlefield Earth was 1,000 pages long.
Milestone reached. Supply the molecular analysis machine.
We are
referred
at
to as
1 hour
Megabase,
and
with
33
local resources
seconds.
to research
1
and
hour,
develop
0
new
minutes,
technologies.
33 seconds.
Potential
Okay,
technologies
okay.
include exploration tools, weapons, and factory buildings. These are essential for maximizing your Pioneer efficiency and alignment with Fixit's core pillars.
Now
Construct,
to
automate,
tier 2
explore, and exploit.
We're hitting
and
2.5.
2.5.
To advance Fixit's mission, all
So we
new
need rods,
phenomena,
concrete,
resources,
and
technology, or other influence
reinforced
should
iron
be
plate.
investigated regardless of any
Okay,
perceived
so
danger,
a few more
as stated
materials
in
this
the
time.
Pioneer contract.
Yep.
Okay, let's
Yes,
go.
War and Peace is a lot longer.
Oh, I forgot to select it.
Look, I almost made her read James Michener.
Which missioner would you have? Would have you have
Space.
had her read?
I couldn't, though, because I haven't actually finished Space, like everybody else.
Okay, we've got enough reinforced iron plates, so we don't have to worry about that for this
Good.
launch. We need to collect some concrete rods and plates.
Okay.
And that's just a matter of going and collecting, and maybe we'll have enough.
And I will say, Battlefield Earth should have been 2 novels. But AA asks, how'd you get into PC gaming, Doc?
I grew up with PCs, and heck, you had to have fun with them while you were building and doing business with them. So I just, went along with that. Frankly, though, career got in the way of doing much with it. So I had a huge period of time in my life where I didn't do very much at all, and kind of had to get reintroduced to the whole gaming genre. After I finally got got relieved of some work duties, such as retiring.
Alexa says something funny about cruise ships. On a transatlantic reposition crossing, if you have bad weather, you can see the furniture go from left to right, front to center with the waves. And I bet at that moment you wish you were on the Queen Mary 2, who just cuts the waves to pieces and slices right through without an issue.
Yeah, probably. About the time I started seeing the deck chairs moving, I would probably be looking for a sideline so I didn't erp all over the deck. I get motion sickness. So, freighter reentry. Okay, let's see what we've. I was going to put down a storage container here, so we could start collecting some of the goods from this one. I'll cut through the hill just a little bit. Oh well.
And when you say you grew up with gaming, you mean you started buying them as soon as they were really commercially available in your early marriage, right?
Yeah. But like I said, didn't get to play them a whole lot. Okay, we need a few more plates, not many, and a few more rods, more than not many. So, we played game, but they were cheesy games like Duke Nukem and Day of the Tentacle, and that were the Learning Life, Learning Company. That was it. The learning.
And tons of
Lightning gets here that we can make.
Yeah, Cringy Clip says something's lagging the stream pretty bad. Yeah, but at the moment we are dropping some pretty bad frames. Better. It usually improves after a little bit.
Yep, it does. Okay. I refreshed my screen and I am at my, as far as YouTube goes, I'm at the hub.
Okay.
So I need to make some more rods here.
Yep, our frame rate's back to normal, so we should be recovering here now.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
you know, the YouTube and Twitch are running almost neck to neck with 23 on Twitch and 29 on YouTube. So
Yeah.
that's pretty cool. But then again, we lost a bunch of folks.
Yeah.
We were at 39. We were 10 higher. Okay.
Cringy says it's because Doc is speed running so fast.
Yeah,
You're
probably.
taking up all the bandwidth. Yeah.
Yep, probably.
Versus Caffeinated on the other side says it's the darn lawnmower eating the bandwidth.
The darn lawnmower. The darn one. Uh-oh. I've got ones not running up there. What's going on?
Ruh-roh.
What? Okay, so is this going to tell me it's got no power?
You probably need more than 2 at this point. Well, no, some of these things have power.
These say that they're running, but
Oh.
yeah, the power grid's turned off. Oh dear. Okay, need another one.
Yep.
All right. At this point, they're easy to put another one on.
When you have the plate for it.
Okay, so I'll just go get some more plate.
Alexa says the reason why they don't make more ocean liners is that they're 40% more expensive to build and they have a lot less cabins. So they make less money, even though the Queen Mary 2, formerly the RMS Queen Mary, but she doesn't have an English port at the moment, is one of the most successful ships out there.
Interesting. I need to go make some more plates.
Oh, okay.
I'm getting tired of running around.
Yeah.
Put another one back here.
John Connor's here. He says, hi, Doc, and everyone. Sorry I'm late for the stream today.
That's okay. Glad you made it.
Yeah. We're about halfway into a speed run. Doc's trying out the northern fields or the northern forest. See if that's any better. And yeah.
I think it will be better in the long run.
Definitely some teething issues, just figure things out.
I still have one more pure iron node that I can make more plate on, and then I can combine the screws and the plate when we need the reinforced iron plate for the phase 1 of the elevator. So I'm looking forward to that benefit. Okay. Come on, stop bouncing around here, folks. There it is.
Yeah, Alexa, you're absolutely right. You have more iron there, but less coal and less caterium.
Yeah. I just have to find a power pole that has a connection. Of course. There's a power pole that has a connection. All right. Connect me to the grid. I can give you more power. Now, turn me on. I can give you more product. All right, my production is now over my max consumption.
So over the weekend, we recorded shorts number 70 and 71, which means in just a little bit more than a week, we're going to be putting out, probably just next week, we're going to be putting out another shorts compilation, which is awesome.
Yeah, 75. We need to name it better this next time.
Really?
Last time we named it for the 26 through 51, we named it Top 25.
Yeah.
Well,
Ah!
next 25.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Top 25 for 1.1.
All right, so we've got 3 power plants working now. Let's see, what do we need? We need plates. Let's see if we've got any plates here. How many plates do I have?
So cringy clips, the rules of the speedrun run are
I've got plenty of those. Let's go for rods. Go ahead.
Doc runs for about 2 hours, and then whatever tier he's working on, whatever milestone he's working on, at the end of the 2 hours he finishes that. So our previous best had him finishing phase 1, and now we're just trying a new location. We've never done it in the northern forest before, so it's running a little bit behind last time, but it's promising. So we'll see how well it does. Unblessed is here, says good evening.
Hello. Okay, so I need to dump what I've got in here. I've got plenty of those, and we need 55 more rods. So I'm going to make some more rods here. And then we'll unlock that tier and move on. We can upgrade a lot of the conveyor belts. So the conveyors will bring us faster product.
Alexa says from your old spot, there's a spot on top of the mountain and 30-second run to give you another pure bauxite. So when you get to the aluminum stage, the old location is a whole lot better for bauxite.
Milestone reached.
Okay.
Would like to remind you of
We
the
are at 1 hour,
introduction
12
obligation
minutes, and
towards
32
efficiency.
seconds.
Recreational use of belts and lifts does not count towards work hours and will put you on the list.
What?
Stay efficient. Don't disappoint. Fix it.
We're 14 minutes behind.
Yeah. The other one, at this point, we were pretty much just gathering and placing as soon as it returns.
Gathering and unlocking, yes.
Yeah. So what's 2.1?
Part assembly 2.1. Collect milestone. We're going to be collecting a bunch of cable. Now we're going to collect cable.
Okay.
Oh, I need to be up here in the copper.
Okay. John Connor says your speedrun progress is now my 3-hour progress, my solo save when I got back from the game last week.
Okay.
Yeah.
I need cable and I'm missing cable. Darn it.
Well, barely enough room, but you got it.
Mm-hmm. Because I want to split off the wire. I want to keep some wire, and I want to make some cable.
Sure. You're getting real tight on base.
Yes, I am. Unfortunately, I am. Yes.
Okay. Well, our viewership has recovered from that last little glitch in the
Glitch
broadcast.
in the matrix there.
Sure, we're up to around 60 people or so watching between the two, so we're happy to have you all here. For anybody who hasn't joined the Discord channel yet, Discord really has been a lot of fun to hang in on and see, you know, what other people are building, what other people are working on. We have a help section there, so if you're like stuck on a build or something, go ahead and post there and get some help from other people. We also have a showcase which should be coming up. Oh, let's see. Oh, the showcase will be happening next week. So next week, I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna compile a slideshow of a whole bunch of the cool stuff that's been posted there over the last month, and Doc's gonna watch it here live on stream, and that's always a lot of fun. Good highlight of the month. So if you guys jump in and post, share what you've made. We also do play Minecraft once a week, and so if you have anything that you've built in Minecraft you like, or you want to talk to people in Minecraft, you can join there. And if you would like to become a member on YouTube or subscribe on Twitch, you can join our Minecraft server. It's been running for about 2 months now. We've been taking it kind of slow. Finally killed the dragon just a couple weeks ago. So it's been a lot of fun building up a whole town, a whole community of people.
Mm-hmm. A whole network of fun things going on there. And next week, we're probably, it's been long enough now, probably going to do another group play through in Satisfactory.
Yeah.
And I think the group needs to vote on whether we want to go back to our group speedrun and start building a mega factory there, or start over, do another speedrun, or what would you guys like to do? We'll just open up the server to everyone who wants to join us, and it's just a kind of a fairly chaotic, somewhat organized free-for-all.
Sure.
It's the way I would describe it. So,
Is this something we want to do tomorrow, or do we want to do it starting next week?
I thought, well, what I said was next Monday.
Next Monday?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we can kind of plan on it. But then again, because I want to do some Gigafactory stuff here, and probably this week.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Right now the audio is a bit off because we have a lawnmower going around the building, and so right now we have some extreme ducking trying to prevent you guys from hearing that too much. So audio quality should improve shortly.
okay, so I'm gonna grab what rods I can from here. We're almost enough rods there.
I will post on the Discord a survey for the members to see what they want to do next Monday.
Okay, sounds good. I think that would be a grand idea. All right.
Okay, VR Norway asks, what are the times on the screen of these old runs?
The right-hand column is my best run, and so you can see that we're a little bit behind, about 14 minutes behind our best run, when we completed 2.5. So I'm looking to see how fast I can get done with a lot of these items so that I can start catching up, I hope. See how many screws we've made. Yep, we've got plenty of screws now. Okay. We need a bit more iron rod, but the biggest thing we need is cable. So I'm going to just manually do a bunch more cable with the wire that I have.
Okay.
Then I'm going
Okay,
to go
so-
click. Go ahead.
What were the big ideas for next Monday? One was continuing the old speedrun, turning into a Mega Factory. The other one was starting a new speedrun.
Mm-hmm.
What else is there?
Starting a new speed run, starting a Mega Factory on the old speed run, or those are the two ideas I had. One, what other ideas? If you have an other category, they have to then specify when they wrote what other thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so how many more do I need of everything? Okay, got plenty of cable, got plenty of screws. We just need plates and rods. More plates, more rods. Let's see how many rods we have. Have 44 more. We need 12 more beyond that 44.
And Megalith is here. Hello, hello, hello.
And we need a few more plates. So let me go grab some ingots. And grab some more ingots out of here.
Now we're just kind of in the collection phase.
Yep. And I'm going to go to the crafting bench. Actually, I'm going to go here and dump what I've retrieved here and there. So I just need 41 plates and only three more rods. So I'm going to concentrate on the plates first.
Okay.
Then I'll just do 3 rods and turn around and we'll put it in.
I did see your suggestion, Malika. Alexa votes new speedrun,
Okay.
but with a focus on conveyor tools and architecture, windows and stuff.
Milestone reached. The assembler can produce more complex parts, including the first project part, smart plating, which is crucial for initiating project assembly.
What's the time?
Project parts
Is
must be
1
delivered to
hour
the space
23
elevator.
minutes and
By
13
completing your contracted
seconds.
duties as part of
That
project
means we're
assembly,
11
you
minutes
will definitely be
behind.
helping
Made up a
achieve
little bit
fixed
there.
company goals without any other
But-
ulterior motive. Note: humans cannot craft project parts. Do not worry
Obstacle
about your
clearing is-
inadequate
oh, we
crafting
don't want-
skill when
yeah.
compared to an
Oh,
assembler.
yeah, we just got to
Except
unlock it, so we
cherishes
just...
your innate human abilities, such as walking, striking objects, and commodifying natural resources.
Okay, so we've got a little bit of each.
It really comes down to those screws. 500 of them.
Yep.
Thomas Cargles on YouTube says, just wanted to say that you're super awesome.
Well, thank you.
It is also inspiring. Now I can clearly imagine myself retired. You know what you're going to be doing when you're retired, huh?
Yep. You get to have fun with folks, and then you know make a little side income, begin to add to your retirement income, so that helps. Got plenty of concrete. Gonna check over here, see how much wire and cable we have. 42 cable, that gets us to 97 out of the 51. And if I grab the wire here, We only need a bucket of screws. So I'm going to go dump these things in, check our screw production, grab some rods, and make some screws if need be. And by the time the freighter comes back, freighter's still 353, so we need 100, 100. Okay, we just need screws. Okay, we got 60 screws here, and I've got 130 rods sitting in the machine, so I'm going to go make some screws as well. It's hard to make up time when you get behind because these levels tended to be pretty quick. Meaning you went and collected the stuff and threw it straight into the hub. So, oh, we've got a hot tea drinker, Trobos, saying salutations. First time chat. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Yes. Well, it looks like I'll easily be able to get the screws made. And I only have 3 more cable to make, and I've got the wire to make the cable. So when the freighter gets back, I'll be able to just turn right around and put it straight in.
Perfect.
Yes.
A little extra time to start working on the next set.
Okay.
Oh, no.
And the freighter doesn't return till 2 minutes, so let's go look at the active milestone and look at what jump pads are going to require. Okay, here's where we start getting the need for rotors. And we've got cable and that being made, so we have to see, we need screws and rods to make rotors. And we need rotors for phase 1 assembly too, so I'm just going to go ahead and create a constructor.
Assembler?
An assembler, yes, sorry. Create an assembler to start putting together rotors. Need rods and screws.
So Adrestad says, well, that was a rude interruption. Been trying for 3 weeks now to explain to CybSec. That sounds like it's supposed to be cybersecurity, but I really hope your cybersecurity guys aren't this bad. Why a web domain is not the same as a social media channel.
I hope your cybersecurity people know better than that. Oh man, that's terrible.
Oof. And then follows it up, what did I miss? When's the next team run? Well, I just put a poll out on Discord in the members chat, so you guys can vote on what we do next Monday when we'll do our next team run. So please respond to that. Watergon asked a good question.
Okay.
What's your opinion about using custom previously designed blueprints in a speedrun?
You know, I might be tempted to do that if I don't keep improving my times.
I think the problem is you don't unlock the blueprint until too late.
That's true. You can't use the blueprinter until you unlock the blueprinter. And what tier is that finally unlocked? Yeah, that would be the difficult part.
And Alexa says the old location shines here because you have 250 rotors in crash sites.
Right.
In like a 5-minute walk.
Yep.
Makes a difference.
Yep.
That works.
Barely.
Barely.
Let's see if it keeps working. Yes, it kept working. Iron ingots here. We're going to make rods here, except I need reinforced iron plate, which means I need to go make some. 2 reinforced iron plate is all I need, so. Okay.
Megalith says, I've been playing Cities Skylines 2 for the last couple days,
Cool.
and I built a crazy German town.
Solid biofuel created from any biomass ensures
Okay,
maximum
we are at
efficiency
1
for
hour,
biomass
30 minutes,
burners.
and 54
To aid in
seconds.
biofuel production, the chainsaw allows for the removal
So
of
we're
toxic
12 minutes
and floral
behind.
foliage. Additionally, your pocket dimension has been inflated.
We're going to
to
struggle a
increase
little bit with this
inventory
because we
size.
were fairly time bound
Inspirational
previously
note, will
by
you be
the
fix-it employee
space
of the month?
elevator.
You could
So we're going to
be
have to
if
be
you
really
construct,
on the spot
automate,
to
explore,
get
and
this,
exploit by eliminating all
which we're going to
obstacles
struggle
to
with.
efficiency.
Well,
This isn't just
do you mind if I go to the
it's
resource
contractually
sync bonus
mandated fun.
program
That's fine. I
to unlock?
You got to do both of them, so
Yeah. The jump pad requires the rotors, and I need to put the rotor line in there. But if I choose this, I can put the rotor line in and then come back to get the rotors after
it.
it's been running for a little while.
good call.
So I'm going to go finish a rotor line up here. Wait a minute. I needed 2 reinforced iron plate. I got
Jack
sidetracked.
wonders, does it work if you create the blueprint folder in your save file and add blueprints before unlocking the designer?
No, it doesn't, because in order to get, like, for example, on your build menu, you don't even have blueprinter up here to choose a blueprint to place it until you unlock the blueprinter. So I wish it would work. That would be kind of interesting and kind of nice. But nope. Don't have power on that part.
So Adrastea gives a bit of context for their comment earlier about explaining the cybersecurity stuff. Says the issue with the domain versus the channel is that they're both from the same origin, and without going into detail, the setup is confusing.
Okay. Read that again.
So the original comment says, that was a rude interruption. Been trying for 3 weeks now to explain to cybersecurity why a web domain is not the same as a social media channel. The issue with the domain versus the channel is that they're both from the same origin, and without going into detail, the setup is confusing. So if they're looking at it from a cybersecurity perspective, what's the difference between the two? If they both have the same origin, if they're both accessing the same ports, if they both have the same vulnerabilities, if that's kind of the level which they're talking about it, who knows?
I'm wasting too much time.
Yeah. I think the way to improve your time is to get a much more precise, detailed list of exactly what to do at exactly what time, instead of rushing back and forth to do whatever feels like it needs to be done next.
Yeah.
Adjuster says, yeah, they don't want to open it up too much. Fun fact, though, I've already have full access for years to the social media part of it. By the way, everybody, we just recently hit, just last week, we hit 90,000 subscribers on YouTube, which was super awesome. And we're already at 91K. If you're watching, you're enjoying and whatnot, and haven't subscribed on YouTube, we'd love it if you would. Hitting that 100K mark, it is kind of a vanity benchmark, but it would be really cool for Doc to be able to get that 100K plaque. So please subscribe if you would.
And if we, same goes true with Twitch, because we're at 1,198 followers. If we could hit 1,200 before the end of the stream, that would be wonderful. So if you're watching the stream on Twitch and haven't hit the follower button, please do. We'll see how many followers we end up with at the end of the stream. That would be great.
Adjuster says, our cybersecurity makes me laugh. They send irregular fake phishing emails.
Yeah.
And if you fail to report them, you need to do training.
Yep.
So it's not just that you need to not click on them, you have to report them.
Yeah, you have to hit the report spam button. It's an automatic button on most Outlook instances. So, okay,
You
so
may
for...
pet the cat.
Oh, I
One
might...
time.
One time, huh?
Emotional efficiency protocols remain in effect.
I have no cat to pet at the moment.
He
So-
says it's there under Doc's nose.
Oh.
Hello there, by the way, Malario says. Yeah, the cats are outside this morning. Last night before I went to bed, I couldn't shoo them out because they wanted to tear around this place. Wouldn't go outside, so they're active. They're day cats for the day.
All right. I needed rotors to make rotors. There's so many times in this place that you got to manually do something in order to go to the next phase.
Caffeinated03 said, I have 2 questions for you to chew on, Doc and Robert. Number 1, what would make you want to start a totally new Satisfactory save, new Megafactory and everything? And number 2, would you ever consider doing a full Minecraft week, like how you do Satisfactory weeks sometimes?
Oh, boy. You approved that message, Robert?
Yes, sir. Well, let's start with question. You answer question number 1. I'll answer question number 2.
Question number 1 is what?
What would make you want to start a totally new Satisfactory save, new Mega Factory, and everything?
What would make me want to? Well, I guess what would make me want to is if I had a bunch of friends who wanted to do it with me. Literally, if we could do, my Gigafactory is my project, and I'm doing that with Robert and Garrett. But if we wanted to get together and I could put together plans for a mega factory, and I had members and subscribers coming and actually helping me build it, that might make me want to do an entirely new build, and we all choose together a new place and we build this this massive factory that had plenty of room for all the manifolds that we need and all the product that we need all the way through the phases. Now that would be fun.
Yeah. And for question 2, would you ever consider doing a full Minecraft week like you do with Satisfactory sometimes? Yes, absolutely. Doc would love to do that. We'll do that next week.
No.
All Minecraft, all week long.
No. Now, come on, don't get ahead of yourself.
Look, you agreed. You answer one question, I answer the other.
But I didn't say I'd agree with your answer.
I tried. I'm sorry.
I tried. Okay. So I can pet the cat now because I had a cat join me in the meantime.
Yep.
Yeah, Callie came up and
You want to show off Callie for the camera here
she's
for
been
just a second?
running around in the weeds. Got a bunch of those little stickly little balls stuck in her fur. Do I want to show her off? I'd have to disturb her and then she'd have to find her place again, but she's off beside her,
Oh, okay.
out of the way right now, so I don't want to disturb that.
Music Monk says, "Hello, this game looks really fun.
It is.
I have $33 towards it, but I'm about $7 short." Caffeinate
Okay.
says, "Well, it was worth a try, Robert. I'll keep dreaming, I suppose."
Okay. All right.
We'll
so
get there.
we have some product here that we can go ahead and put in here and see what we're missing. And okay, we don't have too many rods missing and a little bit of plate. And I think we can just go collect some stuff here and see how much light we are. Well, we got the concrete. Okay, we've got the rods. We've got the plate.
Okay.
And we're a little bit shy on the wire at the moment. 270. We got 339 and we need 500. So let's see if I can go grab some copper ingot out of here. It's probably backed up, so we can, yep, backed up. Oh, no power. Did I break my power grid again? I broke my power grid again.
There you go. See, Alexa and Caffeinated have come to an agreement. Alexa says they could do a full Minecraft week, but the week after next one. You have to deal with a showcase, though. Perfect. They've already worked it out, Doc.
Okay, they've already worked it out.
Yep. And Adreste is volunteering to, in the next speed run, to be in charge of all the biomass burners. Getting that array working.
And keeping it working, huh? There it is. All right, where do I have a power pole that's got a line left on it? There we go.
Get up. And so if Adresti is doing the biomass burners, Alexa is going to do the Caterium and the MAM. So Caterium and the MAM. Cool.
Okay. All right, let's turn the power back on.
Caffeinated says, if a Minecraft week ever does happen, I'll gladly channel my 18-year-old caffeinated and become a gremlin in my desk for 100 straight hours. That could be fun. Yeah, you could do a whole lot of cool builds as a community in that much time.
Yep, we sure could. And Doc would learn a whole bunch of in real short order.
And Addressy says, maybe on the Friday member stream, there's some time we could plan some stuff for the speedrun.
That would be great. At least for those that are there. And then we'd have to plan slots and work for those that would join the day of the stream but can't make it on the Friday when we plan it.
Just take it off straight mode.
Thank you.
Sorry, you probably know this. I just did. Yeah. Cool. Okay.
I just added an extra one, so it's not going to go down so quickly.
Hey, Unblessed. How's it going? Unblessed says, so far I'm working on rebar gun only, then early game will be the thought. Hog remains and stinger remains are easier. Drag stinger to the hog and let them fight. But hatch remains and plasma spitters would be tricky.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, Gauntram says, I like the idea of a group Gigafactory more than a group speedrun.
Okay.
And Caffeinated agrees with that. But yeah, Edris says there's no reason why we can't have both. Do a speedrun, but not burning resources, like tickets for, in order to progress
Save the
faster.
tickets for real stuff.
Yeah.
Instead of just progression. I can handle that.
And then turn it into a mega factory, yeah.
I got it.
Yeah, and Caffeinated says, I'm fine with a hybrid playthrough as long as spending coupons and materials is outlawed. Yeah.
Okay.
A speedrun that turns into a gigafactory, definitely.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is start a new speed run, working through, maybe not trying to set a record necessarily, but running through as fast as we can, tiers 1, 2, and possibly 3, and then getting to where we start seriously building a mega factory altogether. I like that idea, folks.
Cool.
All right. Okay, that brought that power online. Now I should have plenty of power for a good while. So okay. Okay, what's next? Let's check the rods and plates. Check the wire production over here. Grab what we can out of here.
Andrew says, and of course, CEO Doc needs to decide on location.
Yeah.
It's like, where do you want to build a cool base? Becomes the question.
Yeah, exactly. I really liked the pool base that we did. I really liked the pool base that we did in the where the Gigafactory location is. I like that because there's plenty of room and it could be continuously expanded. At the same time, it's close to a lot of the northern desert stuff.
Yeah, so what if we start instead of we start in the eastern desert area, which allows us to get access to a lot of resources and then immediately move south to build a factory or build it off the coast or something.
So start in the eastern desert, build up resources
And build the mega factory off the coast.
off the coast like we did with the Gigafactory.
Yeah.
I think that would be good. What does everybody else think about that? Cough, Northern Forest, cough. Caffeinated really wants the Northern Forest.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at the idea of having nice flat location to build a mega factory that's viable.
Well, I might
Milestone
declare that I'll be in
reached.
charge
You
of
can
all
get
the
access to the
limestone
anti-waste effort for
because I want to make
stress
sure that we
testing
have
materials
more
on
than
Exit
enough
Planet's
concrete
bonus program,
that we can
also
build
known as Awesome.
everything on
Your
foundations
awesome
and lots of
download allows
foundations.
Fixit
Yeah.
to comprehend our amazing
Okay,
universe
I've got a
more
time for you.
clearly. In
1 hour,
this,
52
we have
minutes and
joyously set
2
up an
seconds.
closed economy with exclusive rewards and currency. Directing parts of varying quantity and complexity into the awesome resource sink will grant Fixit
Well,
coupons.
we're
These
actually
coupons
falling
can be
farther
redeemed
behind
in the
now. I
Awesome
think
Shop
we've
for
turned
highly
into a bit of a
desirable
chatterbox
items such
instead
as
of
new
pushing forward real quick.
foundations, walls, factory attachments, cosmetics, parts.
Yeah.
and more. Next time you have additional
John Connor
resources,
says,
just
getting
remember
late
to
in my
go back
time
to
zone.
your
I need to
monitor.
rest. Been
Go
sleepless for a
awesome.
few days already. Catch you guys tomorrow. Happy streaming, Doc.
Happy streaming. Happy sleeping to you. Because you're going to go to bed. Thanks for coming, by the way. If you haven't already dropped off. Okay.
Caffeinated says, or we could start in the default starting land, since you and everyone else always skips it. Might be a nice change of pace, and it's pretty flat.
You mean the place where we started our first mega factory?
Yeah, or in the plains. Yeah, in
The grassy fields, I
update.
think they call it.
Yeah, grassy fields. By the way, we are at 1,199 followers on Twitch.
One more. Start a chant. One more. How long do we have to wait? We have to wait 3 minutes for that to come. And rotors.
You are half off the screen, Doc.
I'm half off the screen. Oh, I could scoot that way more.
Yeah, I think you just did a scoot. I don't think the camera's the problem. So, there we go.
All right.
Manastasius just followed. We just hit our follower goal. Thank you very much for following Manastasius. That's a great name. And Ziz followed as well. Awesome.
Fantastic.
Thank you both.
That got us to 1,200. Okay, so for rotors, I need more screws. Okay. So let's go out
sir.
and grab more screws.
Did that assembler ever get going?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Assembler-
okay. It's making. It's making.
Yep, it already made 22 of the rotors that I needed. And I probably don't have any surplus screws.
Okay. So Caffeinated will be in charge of the Dimensional Depot. That's the thing he wants to focus on. I think that's a great idea.
So he's going to be in charge of finding Mercer spheres so that we can put them in the dimensional depot.
I imagine finding Mercer Spheres, probably working with Alexa to make sure they get upgraded, unlocked as quickly as possible in the MAM.
Okay.
Benjamin Freeberg says, "Hi guys."
Hi. Glad to have you with us. Man, we're going to put power to this thing.
And Address Data says, "I'll make a shopping list to efficiently get stuff to bid the biomass burners in stages."
Okay. Taking notes, Robert?
Nope. Nope. I mean, if Address Data is arguing to-do lists, I'm sure somebody else can figure out how to do the shopping list. You know what, Galtogram, how about you do the shopping? Here, take notes. I don't know. Vinicius R. Nast on YouTube says, "Doc looks like my law school professor."
Uh-oh. Is that good?
Doc, are you a lawyer?
I am not a lawyer. No, I'm more engineer than lawyer. More software developer than lawyer. More database developer than lawyer. That's for sure. Although I met some interesting people in my IT discipline. I met one gal named Elizabeth. She was near retirement, so she was, older than I was at the time. She had gone to law school, gotten her law degree, and was in IT. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, she was one of those free spirits. She wasn't married. She loved her petunias at home, and she raised her flowers and decided to go to law school one day and get a law degree. Okay, that's fine.
Cool.
And so law degree it was, and away she went. Then came back to Boeing after Boeing paid for her law degree. We had some very interesting discussions about, IT and the law and how things work in that disciplinary concern.
We have a first-time chat from Kitten Kills You.
Kitten kills you.
Says, "Hey, what's up, Doc?"
Where's my recording?
I know, I'm sorry.
We got Vocalex. We can do it now.
Benjamin Freeberg says, "I'd like to see Doc run a speedrun with creatures on hostile for just one time. I think it'd be comical." For us, yes. And Mega Meaty Bacon Man's here, says, "Hi everyone, hope you all are."
We are. Glad to have
we're doing
you.
pretty good today.
Okay, well, got another power pole, and doggone these little wimpy Mark I power poles are just the bane of my existence. Okay, we've got more screws being created, so I can be able to grab screws from here now, which will be nice. Okay, let's see how many more rotors we've got made. 11 more, which puts me up to 49. I need to wait for one more rotor. Then I'll have my 50 rotors, Robert.
Okay.
And probably we've gone over time. Our last one was 152. We're probably over the 2 minutes, which means that I didn't make it very far this time. All right, let's see.
Kitten Kills says, love the content. Learned quite a few things from you.
No wonder. I'm hitting the wrong key. Okay, we need plate. Let's go grab some plate.
Adrestea says, I think for the speedrun part at least, we should all have our own lists of what to do if we can, and make sure not to interfere with each other's lists too much, and then we need to figure out what's left from there.
Okay.
Yeah. Like we could definitely like put Garrett on doing a lot of the iron stuff, or I could do the iron, Garrett could do the limestone, whichever one. Find somebody to do the copper lines. Hey, Samuel last name.
Yeah.
Another day, another speedrun. Morning, friends.
Oh, Kitten Kills You is a first time chat as well. So
Yeah.
I know you already read it, but that's good.
Hello, hello, Samuel. Good to see you again.
Okay, and we have a button press, and we have a save
Milestone
game.
reached.
And do I
The
get under
Fancy
2
Path
2 hours?
combines high
Nah.
technology and innovation for
2
all
hours,
those
2
factory
minutes,
traversal and
27
an
seconds,
ideal travel
Robert.
experience.
Okay.
Clarification. Ideal travel experience
cool
not
30 minutes
guaranteed.
behind.
Individual results may vary. Pioneers are
Okay.
responsible for all workplace
But I have a
accidents
much more
resulting
efficient
from jump
factory,
pad
which means
usage.
if we went to the 3 hour mark, we would probably beat phase 1 because we're automatically making rotors already.
Yeah.
And we're making extra screws. And with rotors and screws and rotors and plates, I believe, is all you need. We could build a phase 1 factory now while we continue unlocking the other things.
Okay.
So, votes online. Do we continue or do we go show what I did with my Gigafactory?
No, I think we've hit our 2 hour mark. I think we should jump over to the Gigafactory, seeing as we only have an hour and a half left.
All right. Well, let's exit to the main menu. All right.
Well, before we
Significant change.
fully shift gears, how much of the like there was that half hour basically. How much of that do you think was because of being in a new territory? How much was because this new territory wasn't as good? And how much of it was just preparing for the future that you didn't?
Okay. Well, the concrete was closer, which made it easier to get concrete. I was never out of concrete.
That was nice.
Yeah. The fact that we had 4 pure mines was better. And the fact that the copper was not so far away. In the other place that we were at in the Rocky Desert, the copper and the concrete were so spread out that we had a hard time getting back and forth to those. That wasted a lot of time.
Okay.
I think this time I built more infrastructure along the way, so we would have really caught up later on.
Okay.
But adding that infrastructure before the 2 hours kept me from unlocking other things so quickly. So you never set concrete up right on the other place. It's 4 times normal.
There's only one nearby that's normal. The rest of them are quite a bit farther away.
But okay. There was a limestone mine just by the wreck, though,
Yeah.
that we could have set up another thing there, but I was never out of concrete, so that didn't
Yeah.
become an issue.
No, I think Alexa's saying that there are 3 more limestone mines in the Rocky Desert we could use that are out farther east than the copper factory that we could go for.
Okay.
So if we want to do the Rocky Desert, we could grab more limestone from there. But again, that's farther away. Everything's a lot more spread out over there.
On the Rocky Desert?
Yeah.
Okay.
So really, it came down to spending too much time building the infrastructure, getting the rotors up and running, that kind of stuff.
Probably.
That slowed things down. Okay. As well as just being a new location, right?
Yeah, and a new location, getting used to the new location.
Yeah.
So, okay. So I'm going to go to the server manager and... Alrighty. There's a starting position in the middle in the forest with 6 pure iron nodes. Yes,
That's where we just were.
that's where we just were.
1 pure copper, 1 pure limestone. Yeah. Yep, that's actually right where we just did. Doc and I spent about a half an hour this morning kind of looking over some spots because we wanted to try something new. And that's what we settled. And Unblessed is going to be watching the stream from their phone so they
Okay.
can record some Satisfactory.
Cool.
In fact, YouTube finally caught up and recommended some videos by Whitestone Industries. So I
Oh,
watched what he's been building.
okay.
Yeah. Fun couple of videos.
So YouTube says it's getting lag, but and the bitrate is red for yeah, I think we've got something going on with the the bitrate is red. I don't know why the bitrate would be red. It's not showing much on the screen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, now we're dropping frames. By golly. Kitten Kills You says, I wish I had a narrator for my streams.
Okay, well, you'll notice that I've been doing a little bit of play off-site. I've got a nice little roller coaster going down here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, as it descends from the cliff up there and goes to this train station. So while I was offline, I was building a whole new train station for starting to decommission the mega factory. So what we want to do is I want to go meet Robert at the mega factory, and we're going to start doing an inventory of what products we want to bring here. We have 35 train cars, so we can fill 35 train cars with each with a single product, and that's where we'll start really. And then we'll determine. And yes, I am dropping frames. I am dropping frames while the server initializes.
Yep.
Um,
So, the community gigafactory, which would mean we'd have to pipe it into resources, every single resource for a fun challenge, which shouldn't be so bad with so many people.
Paradise Island. Now, where's Paradise Island?
I used to know that. Unless it's the island that's like on the far west of the map or at some extreme of the map that you don't actually have any resources there. I don't remember. And Alexa says, we got 2 locations. 1, build a community mega factory in the Rocky Desert on top of those small hills in the northwest side of the lake. And on top of the lake, have all of us work out logistics and shipping everything in, including oil, and build everything in 1 mega factory after Speedrun. And 2, the other option is Paradise Island, build out over the sea and ship everything in. Personally, I'm just kind of tired of the Rocky Desert aesthetic.
Are you online now, Robert?
Nope.
Are you planning on coming online?
Yes, sir.
Oh, Paradise Island is in the Bahamas. It's a great place.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, that's where I thought it was. Okay.
Oh, I got a stretch request, so I'm gonna. Ah, I'm gonna stretch.
Okay. Kitten Killsy says, what was that? Are you referring to the train? Or the Gigafactory? I mean, look, Kitten Killsy, if you're new here and you haven't seen the Gigafactory, I mean...
Okay, and I got
Oh.
myself a drink.
Oh, I think Kitten Kills You saw the statue we had in the Gigafactory.
Oh,
I think that's what Kitten Kills You saw. Oh, the teleporting thing. Yeah, no, that's the teleporter. It's an extremely late game thing.
so if you haven't seen the teleports yet, I just went through a teleport to go from the Gigafactory to the Megafactory. And honestly, that is the coolest thing since sliced bread because I went entirely clear across the map. In fact, if we open the map here, I just went from over here to all the way over here. You can see where my cursor is. So far right to the far left of the map in just a second or two, which that's way cool. That's way cool.
So, for the idea of Paradise Island, Doc,
Yeah.
let me pull it up on my screen and I'll show you up top. Paradise Island, if you look up, it's in the bottom left-hand corner of the map.
Whoa.
Okay? It's way off in the middle of nowhere.
Wow, it sure
Okay?
is.
We haven't even explored that area in our map.
We haven't.
So, yeah.
And the place marked in black is just the void. If you fall in there, you just die.
Yes, that's all void.
That's an interesting location.
Yeah. And apparently there's no creatures that spawn there or anything else. But the big thing is this adds to the complexity because it means everything has to be shipped in.
Right. Right. So either shipped in as packages if it's liquid,
Mm-hmm.
or shipped in as whatever level of product.
Yep.
So we could have a massive train line that would be picking up product all over the map and bringing it in constantly.
Yeah.
I vote for trains.
Well, and again,
I'll be the engineer.
this is one of the prettiest places on the map.
Really?
But the challenge is there's just nothing there.
You mean there's no mines there?
There's no mines there. You see, it's completely no mines whatsoever.
Oh, yeah, I see. It's kind of absent a few things.
You bring everything in, period, right?
Okay, it's kind of like Swiss Family Robinson. Start
There
from
you
nothing.
go.
Interesting.
So that could be fun.
And then probably build the Gigafactory over, let's say, the northern, build the Megafactory over the northern waters there.
Yeah, either directly on the island or just up north, or yeah.
Be nice to find where there's flat terrain there that we could have a decent sized factory.
We can definitely explore it.
Okay.
Okay.
Ooh, interesting.
Very, very interesting.
Okay, so the whole idea here is we have a lot of drone ports here that swiftly go all over the map, taking product here from the Gigafactory or bringing it to the Megafactory. The challenge we had here, though, was that it eventually got all over the map, taking product here from the Gigafactory or bringing it to the Megafactory. The challenge we had here, though, was
The stream is completely ended, crashed.
Okay, it
Let's
says
see.
excellent connection in studio now. It came
Yeah.
right back.
Okay, Twitch has it back. And it looks like YouTube has it back now.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. That was no fun.
Yep. Now, is that a problem locally with the computer system we have over there that's doing the streaming?
I don't know. I wish I could tell you. This computer seems to be fine. It seems to be reacting fine. But it could be the computer, but I think it's just our connection.
Alrighty.
So,
Okay.
by the way, I didn't say hi to Bossy OSHA earlier, who says, thanks for streaming, guys. I appreciate it.
All right. By the way, I've been petting the cat. So the person who actually said that I should pet the cat, I'm petting the cat,
Yep.
pulling the little weed things out of its fur.
Well, we have, even though we had 50 people before the session glitched over on Twitch, so we were well over 100 people watching. So unfortunately, that happens. Hopefully, everybody finds us again. Now that we're back.
Alrighty.
Okay.
So,
Do we want to go talk down in the mall?
plop down.
Do we want to go down to the mall?
I'm in the mall.
Do you want to go down to where the mall is, where you can access
the
the
mall
products?
is. Okay.
The mall.
So basically, what's happening here is it just got too big for its britches, too big for the space that we had. By the way, the space elevator is now gone because I built the companion, the companion train station that's going to start hauling this stuff out of here, down here, and it goes on up through there by the Casa del Tires, and away it goes to the Gigafactory. So, to the mall we go. Are you already there?
Yep. How are we generating right now?
Well, I could tell you
Never
here for
enough.
just a second. Never enough, you say. Right now, let's see. We are generating 325 gigawatts. We're actually using 110 of that. If we maxed everything, if everything was running smoothly, we'd actually burn twice as much megawatts as that, as we're actually consuming. So there's a lot of inefficiency. We've got a lot of machines that are out there just not functioning because they're either not getting product or they're backed up in trying to deliver the product out of the machines. Part of the reason for the Gigafactory is to get everything running smoothly. So we've got plenty of capacity for the time being. We've got plenty of battery banks all over the place that if we should start having a problem, we've got batteries to back us up for a period of time.
Yeah, we're fine.
So I'm going to go out here. Here is the mall. Here is the old mall. Oh, you've already deconstructed all of the nonsense that was out here?
All of Garrett's nonsense. Yeah, I wanted it to look clean. We haven't been back here in so long. This is what a good mall should look like. It's well regulated. It's got a nice big road down the center.
Yeah.
You know, like this is good stuff, right?
Yep. This is good stuff.
Okay. So
what do we do?
our criteria for what goes over there, right? The two criteria were, one, none of the super basic stuff that's just going to be gazintas to something else, right? So like most of the stuff on this wall, I think, won't get shipped over.
It's all early game stuff.
Because all early game stuff, that's all gazintas, right?
Mostly. Yep.
Um,
Rotors, the smart plates. Now, if these containers aren't full, okay, they are full.
all of these should be full, right?
Yep, they all should be full, and if they're not, then we got to figure out why. So yes, all of these, and we're actually making batteries. Huh, we are, huh?
Yeah, we put together the manifold just so we could have it done.
Okay.
Nutritional protocol update. You are now authorized to consume 1 Butterfinger. This is not a reward. It is a calculated morale adjustment. Do not attempt to exceed the quota. Consequences will be both immediate and sticky.
Oh, immediate and sticky if I have two of them instead of one. All righty. Okay, yeah, so I don't think we'll go get the in fact we could bring the concrete powder, the copper powder from somewhere else.
Yeah, I think I just love it reroute because we bring it in just to put it here. We can
Exactly.
just reroute it somewhere else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so when we take the thing that's using them, we'll just then reroute where we're getting it to that, back to the Gigafactory.
So a lot of stuff, I think just about everything on this side should be taken over there. Like, yeah, all of these should. Of course, there's a sulfur here, which no, we just leave the sulfur here. Yeah, everything else here I think should go over, except for except for the things we're importing, of course. Anything labeled import, we don't. Everything else we take over. That's on this wall.
Yep.
So I think since things were placed here kind of in difficulty order, it means that this wall all gets taken over there except for the things that are imported.
Mm-hmm.
Our previous wall, none of it gets taken over there.
Now, are we making the aluminum? These aluminum.
Yeah, we're making
Aluminum
the casing here.
We are making the casing here. Are we bringing in the aluminum ingots here?
Yes, we're bringing the aluminum ingots in, and we are. Oh, that's interesting.
What's that?
It says we're importing the alkylate aluminum. I thought we were making the alkylate aluminum here.
I didn't think so.
Okay. Oh, cool.
Which means the alkylate aluminum is probably coming from our big factory.
Right.
Then again,
so we'll just reroute that.
Yeah.
Well, no, we'll leave that here because it's making everything else on this wall. Okay. And Community of Gaming says hello. How are you doing, Doc?
Doing good. Doing good. Lagged out for a second. You're back now. That's true. We did lag out for a second.
Alexa says, what do you think of the challenge that we have Gigafactory on Paradise Cove, but only bring in the raw product shipped there, and everything has to be smelted and worked in the Gigafactory? So you only get raw ore, liquids, oil, gas, all that shipped in. You don't get to pre-process it before you bring it in.
That breaks my fundamental rule.
Uh-huh.
You're gonna have to ponder that one.
Yeah.
I don't want to deliberately make it hard on us.
Well, Paradise Island kind of does that. But...
Exactly. Paradise Island makes it hard to begin with. No. Okay.
I was being nice.
Okay. These are all raw materials over here, it looks like. No,
they're unused.
unused
There's a
port.
couple of these that are unlabeled. Actually, there's three of these here that are unlabeled.
Oh, and these definitely.
Dark matter crystals. Now, the dark matter crystals, that gets dismantled and rebuilt.
Yes, because it's done in a particle accelerator, isn't it?
The magnetic field generator, that needs to be shipped over.
Definitely.
Time crystals, I mean, no, time crystals needs to be moved over there. Or as in, we need to rebuild time crystals because it uses all the fancy machinery.
Okay.
And fix it.
So
we have no trigon.
we're not taking time crystals over there. We're going and
We're gonna rebuild over there.
we're going to rebuild over there with the idea that the components for it need to be sent over there.
Yeah.
Need to get back to work, so I'll be lurking. Kitten Kills You says, okay, have a great stream. Appreciate that. Yes. So far, we are having a great
Okay,
stream.
see
Although
you later,
we did
Kitten.
lose quite a few viewers on Steam.
Steam?
Down to 21, 24 when we were up at the 40-something mark.
Yeah.
Okay, so the plan for getting... let's take a test case here.
Well, we have one more place to go look.
And that is... that's across the mezzanine?
Yeah. This was the first time that our mega factory failed, and we're like, oh, we need to build more.
So we expanded over here. And so we got motors and circuit boards and AI and computers and
I think all these get hauled over there.
yeah, I think so. And we've got a lot of unused and unmarked over here too. Yeah, oh yeah, the heavy industrial, the heavy modular frames,
Okay.
and this has nothing in it.
And this
Nothing.
mall will be decommissioned, right?
Totally.
Okay. These items will no longer be available here.
Right. And we need to figure out how that will work if they're not going to be available here. If they're not going to be available here, where are they going to be available?
In the other mall.
Okay. What about the components that we're not taking over to the other mall?
All the components. Oh well. Okay. I guess they would still be here. We're taking down the signage, all that stuff, right?
How will we find it if we take down the signage if it's staying here? So I think-
Instead of having it end in the storage container, all of it I would reprogram the back end to ensure that all of it gets sent downstream.
Oh,
So it either gets all sent downstream, or it gets taken to the gigafactory.
okay.
If there's no downstream component, where it falls in one of a couple of categories. Either A, we're rebuilding it, so we destroy everything. B, we reroute it so it goes and feeds other lines here in the mega factory. Or C, we throw it on a train and haul it over there. Everything should be one of those three.
Yeah, I'm just worried about the gap of if it's not. Because when you deconstruct it and send it to use elsewhere, you'd be deconstructing the dimensional depot for it as well, right? So what about concrete, for example? We already
Okay.
bring concrete over there. Bad example. We bring steel over there. We bring the metals
those
over
we
there.
don't dismantle. We don't get rid of those because those are feeding this factory. So those we get rid of the mall side, but we leave the back end to flow it through the whole factory.
Okay. And if we have excess, oh, Community of Gaming already redeemed the Butterfinger. That's why you don't see it.
Well, he's just waiting to see if you're going to eat it because that's his own.
I did eat it.
Oh, well then.
Yeah.
Yeah, he ate it.
Yep.
I saw you get it out, didn't watch you eat it.
Okay. So
Tarvok, no, our mall is not all in the cloud. We have, the way our mall is set up, we have a industrial storage container full of every item.
yeah,
But
right
that
there.
industrial storage container also feeds below the ground, feeds the dimensional depot.
Right.
So if we have in need of small quantities, we can get it from the dimensional depot. If we need large quantities, we can always go to the mall and pick everything else out.
Yep, and that's an empty one. And that one has the motors, modular engines. And is that a second place for modular engines? I mean, do we have more than one place for modular engines and computers?
What? Shouldn't be.
Shouldn't, you're right, but I thought I saw both modular engines and computers over here.
Hey, if so, we've found and we'll be eliminating redundancy.
Mm-hmm. That's radio control unit.
Oh, okay. They're similar, but not.
Similar looking, yes. Okay.
Okay.
Nope. No redundancy. Okay, so let's pick something we're going to take over there and start figuring out how to get it over there, because this will be our first test case. So let's start with, let's say this, you want to start with something easy on this side of the factory?
Sure. So that's the second line in.
Yep, second line in from the hallway there.
Okay. So this one does not get split off and get sent to anything. So go ahead, go around the back of the factory if you would.
Okay, can I just go through the door you
Yeah.
just opened?
Oh, yeah, you came through here. What that means is that this guy right here, this is your belt.
Okay,
You want to do that while I deconstruct the back end stuff here?
sure. And you'll just have it go down
Um,
that port and
yeah.
have it go out. Huh?
And I will, for the moment, redirect all the ones that we have in here back onto that same line.
Not quite sure how we want to do this yet.
Okay.
My temptation is to put a belt coming out and then a belt going. Oh gosh, got a pipe in the way up here. Okay, got to avoid the pipe.
So this whole conveyor is full, and I just connected the storage industrial storage container back to it.
Okay.
So we have an entire industrial storage container full of assembly director systems
Okay.
as well.
Okay. So gonna just put a conveyor lift on this, and I want that lift to go to this third floor because that's where the that's where the floor is. Just one more up. Oh, good grief. Okay, fine. It'll go high enough to go to one tile less than what I need.
Of course, that's
So if this one comes up and goes this way, and we want it to go in like the head of the train or the end of the train because it's the first product, do we just go hit the closest one we come to? Yeah, I think we just hit the closest one we come to.
yeah. Should we extend this platform over for now?
That's what I'm beginning to think,
Yeah.
is that we just put a porthole there and start, yeah, just start bringing it over that way. Yeah, okay. I'm going to deconstruct this lift then, and I'm going to start building some floor. More floor.
Always more.
Oh, you're building your foundation blueprint?
Yeah. It's just
Where do you
faster.
find it?
It's called flooring asphalt. It's under default, I think.
Okay.
And I think it's like,
Yep, there it is. 6x6, 1 meter. Or
yeah. It's just so much faster. Had a comment on TikTok.
uh-huh.
Guy said he doesn't use the blueprinter when you're playing a factory game to cheat to have some blueprint build your whole factory for you. Is just wrong.
Interesting idea.
Okay, well, I mean, if that's what's fun for you,
That's
I
the way you want to
guess.
build, that's fine.
Mega Meaty Bacon Man said that's a long train station.
Yeah.
You know, Doc, you know that your things are getting absurdly big if Mega Meaty Bacon Man says it's absurd.
And see, there's the train.
And the fact is, he even has the whole thing running.
Yep.
It's that long, and it still runs.
Now, we haven't put any cargo into it yet. So it's just running empty both directions. But proof of concept is done. It functions. Man, this thing is hard to place. I've got it. I thought I had it on Blueprint Auto Connect, and it was only on Auto Connect.
Oh, okay. And we've gotten another couple of followers. Thank you guys. Really appreciate that. Okay. Followers on Twitch, I should say. Tovark says, why does one of those look off? Look at the lines.
Somehow they did get off. I noticed that.
Oh, just with this distance right here?
Something got off because when I put another thing in there, I had to overlap it by half of a line. But still, it works going this way.
I guess. That's fine. All this part is all temporary anyway, right? We're gonna build all of our conveyors across and we'll delete all the foundations.
I don't know. We might. I'm not against doing it that way.
I'd rather, because I don't want to just block off the sun yet even more. Let's not build that last road all the way to the Gigafactory, so we can bring the conveyors up.
Okay. No
I don't know.
portholes then.
Let me pipe this guy up as high as I can. Does that go high enough?
Yes. In fact, could probably be one tick lower.
It could be one tick lower.
Yep. And if you could make the oh, come on. You could make the
Well, here.
conveyor come out just a little bit further.
There you go. How about that?
That does it perfect.
Mega Meaty Bacon Man says, my Giga Ultra Mega Super Duper Long Spaghetti Express train is similar. It's operational, but I've yet to add any cargo. I'm testing limits on train length, but I have yet to find out what it is. From our research, there's no hard limit. It's all just a math equation. So if it doesn't work, just add more locomotives.
Yep. And I was really surprised at that because they were talking about 100 trains to 100 cars to a train. And then they had the caveat. They says you may need to add extra trains for your inclines. But we took, how many did we test it with? 25 up a 4-foot incline ramp.
Yeah, the 4-meter ramp, yeah.
Yeah, and we had the entire train on the incline, so it was quite a long incline. Had the entire train on the incline, and it still made it. Still,
and that was with 2 locomotives.
yeah.
And so we did
With
3
full-
locomotives here because
With full freight cars. All right, I'm going to put a conveyor belt on here, and I'm going to have it zooping straight to see where it hits over here.
Okay, I'm going to start routing the next one, the cooling system up. Okay.
Okay. So it turns at the very last second to go into the in port. Are you
Okay.
seeing my screen?
Yeah. You'll have to do that sometimes.
And so that'll just be what it is. That goes into that one because that was the closest platform to it. We don't have the other station set to unload yet.
No, we don't.
All right, so what one's coming up next?
The cooling system is next.
Cool.
Ha 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 ha.
Do you know where you want the port?
Should just be in the center of the next tile over, if you would.
All right, I will do it the next center of the next tile.
Now this one's being used in the mega factory itself.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not removing.
Yeah, you're just letting the surplus flow to the stream.
Yeah. There we go. Adrastea says, Satisfactory 1.2. Surprise! We're going to actually apply real life to everything. So when you log on, all floaties will have collapsed and everything that should not work in reality will no longer. Oof. That hurts. Mortrid Runner says, hey, great factory.
Thanks. Oh, and this is just our little factory.
Yeah, this is the small one. Itty bitty boy. Now, there's going to have to be a whole bunch of cleanup after this at a later date
Okay.
because at the moment we're emptying the old mall, right?
Yep.
I am so glad we're no longer dealing with this mega factory. This area under here, there's so little space.
I've got the next port there for the next one over. Anything I can help you with down there? I mean, should I grab one and...
Yeah, if you want to start grabbing the next one, that'd be great.
So you skipped one?
No. So the difference here is that this one has to go up still because it still has to feed the factory. So the cooling units had to feed the factory first.
And there's not enough of them, obviously.
Yeah. What happened to your helmet?
I don't know. What happened to my helmet?
Yeah, you just don't move. Don't move a muscle. Look at my screen.
Okay. What's wrong with my helmet?
What happened to your helmet?
I changed it.
Oh my gosh. You're ridiculous.
Now I got a neon version of it. Okay, so This one that you've got these cooling systems coming in on is the next.
Yeah. I moved around, so I lost my spot. There we go. Merger. Come on, let me merge. Let me merge somewhere along here.
Why are you merging?
This is a temporary output from the storage container, looping back to send it up. Okay. Once that storage container is empty, we get rid of this loop, and then we can clean the whole place up a whole lot. Okay. So we just need to go up front to check. I'm gonna check the next thing.
But you put it in one that had some other product in it, right?
No, that's the one that that was the second one we just connected.
Oh, that's why it was empty. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. The next one is batteries. Yeah, Doc, just that very next one.
Yes. Just
Let me see if it's being used for anything else. I really don't think it is. It is not. So go ahead and just delete that pipe going up for the batteries
okay.
and continue it out.
Just continue this line.
Yep, and send it up.
Okay, I'm gonna create the next. The next port is already up there, I believe. Yes, it is.
So Alexa says, Doc, even if you don't go for no smelting on location, I hope you'll be game for shipping all the liquid in raw and have the power plant and all the oil and gas production in the mega factory. For a lot of us, that'd be the first time we're all using liquid fluid trains. For us too.
Yeah, that would be for us too, because I suppose you output it then to a packager directly from the train, right?
Typically you'd package it and carry it as a package, but you don't
Right.
need to do any of that.
Yeah, exactly. Because
You
we've
put-
never done anything except a freight platform. We've never done the tanker platform.
Yeah.
So that will be cool. I might be game for that.
Yeah, and just take it straight out of the train depot into whatever. That could be fun.
Oh, those aren't batteries. These are fuel rods. These are electromagnetic control rods that I just disconnected.
Well, that's
Batteries was one over. Oops.
that's really weird.
Yeah, because the batteries are clipping across another one for these tubes, these pipes.
Well, where are the
Wow.
electromagnetic control rods coming through? What?
And where are the batteries going that are supposedly not going anywhere? Because it just ends. Yeah, this conveyor just ends in the middle here and doesn't go anywhere.
Oh. Okay. Here, first off, let's just rebuild this.
Thank
Because it
you.
was going straight.
I was on
I
top
just
of that.
grab the batteries from right here on this one I'm standing on.
There, okay.
Yeah, I just grab these batteries. We'll do electromagnetic control rods next.
That's fine. I can just turn that one.
Alexa says, look at it this way. The troubleshooting power is always nearby.
Oh, give me a break. Why is this one going?
Oh. Yeah.
Sometimes it frustrates me how it decides it's going to go up, down, or reverse. So those arrows currently you're showing that it's going up.
No. Don't pay attention to any of the arrows on the conveyor itself. You can only look at the green arrows.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Because that's what messed me up.
Exactly. The feed is correct. The arrows on the conveyor do not shift.
Until after you build it.
Yeah, which is crazy.
Okay. So now I'm going to grab the battery line and invalid shape.
Colgrim says, sorry, per Ada, Kit Kats are not allowed. Only Butterfingers, so no breaks. Yeah, because a Kit Kat, would give you a break. Yeah, there you go, Colgrim.
All right, that one's going up there. So electromagnetic control rods is okay to do the next?
Yes,
the next?
sir.
Okay, I need to just fly up here and make the next porthole. The next, okay. Okay, I've got raw materials on this next one, and I've got looks like heat sinks on the next one. Heat sinks okay to take?
We have a first-time chat from Caleb's Revenge.
Caleb's.
He says, yeah, it's Doc, the voice of all Satisfactory shorts. Great to catch you live.
Great to have you too. Appreciate you. Appreciate you watching our shorts. Okay, so I'm thinking of taking the oh, come on. Heat sinks.
Okay.
Are heat sinks
These
okay to take?
electromagnetic control rods.
I've already attached them to
Okay.
there. Oh, it doesn't like you. There it goes. They still need to go up somewhere.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh, it looked like it was going to take it.
there we go.
Okay.
Very good. That will still feed that one guy right there.
Okay. The next thing you've got to do is heat sinks here.
Is that what's next?
Yep. Do you want to just
Okay, yeah.
put a splitter in between these two and
Let me see if heat sinks are needed for anything.
okay. So we got
Heat sinks are needed for things.
I'm not sure what's supposed to be on this line, but nothing's getting fed.
Empty fluid tanks.
Yep, empty fluid tanks.
Okay.
Oh, and then we got the supercomputers. Supercomputers, definitely.
Okay. Yeah, your fluid, or sorry, your heat sinks are right here for you.
Alrighty.
Are you taking those all the way into the train each time?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, mostly all the way. I'm
Mostly.
doing a bunch down here and then a bunch up there,
Okay.
not one right after the other, if you know what I mean.
My inventory is starting to look a little bit more like yours, Doc.
Yeah, with deconstructing things, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I'm also doing a lot of taking out dimensional depots,
Mm-hmm.
and every time I take out a dimensional depot, it's another full stack of the item.
Looks like we've got two different places where empty fuel tanks are going upstairs.
I
We could just destroy all the obelisks, though, right? We could, so that Garrett doesn't have them to use.
you wish.
Yeah. All right, I'm going upstairs and connecting these ones to the train that I've done up till now. What you laughing at? Mega Meaty Bacon Man.
What?
What?
Chat is coming.
What did he say? Oh, he ordered a TTS on that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Leafy's here. He says, "Ahoy, gentlemen and gentle ladies and everything else." Okay, here's the receiver. Ah. So, Mega Beady Bacon Man, I'm gonna have to refund that. Longer messages end up erroring out. So, if you want to redo it with a little bit shorter, it will go through. And Leafy says, "I'm just lurking and enjoying the good vibes from y'all. Appreciate the lives."
You bet.
Yeah. These are a lot of fun. I'm enjoying cleaning up this mega factory. Oof.
You're enjoying cleaning up the Mega Factory. That's interesting.
It is so dark down here.
Yes. It
Even
was
with the headlamp on.
Le Dungeon.
Okay, so the next one is here and waiting for you.
Okay. I'm building the top infrastructure at the moment.
This is the packaged nitrogen gas.
Okay.
It's ready. Oh no, did I mess things up? I did.
Badly, as in redo something, or
I do have to redo something, but it's not that big a deal, luckily.
okay. So this next one you said was a packaged nitrogen gas right here. Nitrogen gas.
Yes.
Okay. Do that one next.
And then you have empty fuel tank.
Okay.
Megamedi Bakamin said, breaks are not permitted under any circumstance. Additional, conversing during work is heavily discouraged due to the potential distractions from having too much fun.
I'm gonna have to ponder that one a little while.
So Mega Meaty Bacon Man. Ugh, I cannot rush that name. You got to give it space to breathe. Asked if we made the bot ourselves. Actually, the bot was made by Megalith, and we had help from Gauntlegrim, or not Gauntlegrim, sorry, Giuseppe, who's an expert in the field. He's the one who made the AI voice for us.
So it was a community affair.
It was. And Elements says, "Hey Doc, I got a question for you.
Uh-oh.
What brought you to decide to start streaming? I'm interested somewhat in myself, but also a bit scared."
You know, because we were making videos, we were making shorts, and shorts and videos were doing good. The shorts were bringing people to us, and they were being much more successful than we ever thought they would be.
Yeah.
And so we made the shorts, and then after a while, I just said, I want a live stream. I just want to do it, and we just started it. And I started having way too much fun doing it, as
Agreed.
Robert can attest, because I was dragging him along with me all the time, and so yeah, I was having way too much fun, and so it just kind of happened. It just kind of happened.
Well, previous to this, during the pandemic, so Doc's also a professor outside of this, and during the pandemic, a lot of his classes became fully online, and he had to do online lectures. Or he opted to do online lectures because the lecturing part was the part that Doc likes the most. He likes interacting with people, interacting with his students. But after a bit, it became fairly obvious that the online lecture really wasn't value added. Is that a good way of saying it?
I don't know. I don't know how you'd say it.
Yeah, but it was still a lot of fun, and interacting with the students was fun. And so when we ended that, I was kind of like, yeah. Well, what if we play games instead?
Mm-hmm. And I was addressing more the component of, we were already doing games. Why'd you decide to live stream? And I just wanted to have more fun, more interaction. So it just kind of happened that way.
Yeah. people who watch on YouTube and comment sometimes are just names, and you get to hear one thing from them over the entire time they, you read one comment of theirs, and it takes a lot of those before you recognize people. But then with live streaming, you actually meet people and get to hang out with them, and you know, and interact a whole lot more. So. Oh gosh, Doc, I'm only making this spaghetti worse. We're not making this thing better right now. It's just getting worse.
Okay. Do we care? Do we care that it's making it worse?
Not for the sake of it, but for the sake of my,
Sanity?
yeah, just the difficulty in building it. I don't like building spaghetti. I don't like building ugly things.
All right, I finally succeeded in getting that one in, although I'm running into a little bit of a constraint down here in putting them side by side. Is there another one that you want me to link up? I've got the empty containers done. We've got these computers, the supercomputers next.
Yeah, that's what I'm working on right now.
Okay, I will go put a port to pull that down.
So, I would say Doc's not a traditional streamer. He didn't get into it the traditional way. It wasn't a career aspiration or anything like that.
No, it was just looking for fun things to do in my retirement years.
Adrestea says Megalith did not make the YouTube Shorts AI that recently dropped their own shorts. That was all Doc's work.
What?
Adrestea is pushing the Robertson AI garbage.
The Robertson AI conspiracy, right?
Yeah, yeah. For context, I voiced one of Doc's shorts recently for the terracotta roof that I made in Update 9.
For the
And it
game,
was fun.
yeah, for Game It Out.
Yeah, for Let's Game It Out, yeah. And
For
well,
not for Let's Game It Out, but for the POI, what are they?
Pass It On event.
The Pass It On event.
Yeah. No, Let's Game It Out. Yeah, you're right. Jeez. I'm just repeating whatever you say.
Yes.
But
exactly.
anyway, somebody called me out saying, "Yeah, that's definitely an AI voice. It's definitely AI, and here's the reasons why." I gave a whole bunch of reasons why it was definitely AI, and it's like, no, that's just me.
Same cadence, same pacing, same kind of language.
Well, same person wrote the script, and Doc's my dad, so
When you learn how to talk as a little kid, you learn how to talk like your parents.
Leafy says, "Whoa, Robert, you're not real. Best AI yet."
Just drop the artificial part.
Yeah. Oh, hey.
Oh, I forgot to drop the intelligence part too. Is that what you're saying? Oh, hey.
Thanks. Brandon tomorrow says, "I'm kind of new to watching. How long have you been a professor?"
I was, oh gosh, it's been almost 15 years now. Professor at a university. So,
He has been teaching off and on, mostly IT stuff. Like you were hired as an instructor at Boeing originally, correct?
exactly.
Yeah. So he's been an instructor, developed teaching materials, all that kind of stuff forever, but never didn't get the title professor until recently. Relatively recently.
Relatively recent, yeah.
Andrea says, I was surprised to hear Garrett on full volume in his short. I thought it was funny because it sounds like a mix between Doc and Robert to me. Also an excellent narrator. Sure is in the family.
Yeah, it does run in the family. We're a bunch of storytellers. I've got computers, advanced computers or supercomputers on 2 different conveyors. Or is that the way you split it?
Okay, you should only have one output supercomputer.
Okay, then I will just ignore the other one, the other line.
Yeah.
And did you just bring up this?
Yep, this is coming to you.
Okay.
Don't get on out here.
Yeah.
Out to there.
Yeah, this one's going to have to swirl around things and come the other side.
So LMS and Elements says, "Oh, I love that. I work at a fairly known university, and online classes were pretty much hated by both students and faculty."
Well, and online class, yeah, I prefer in-person classes just because as an instructor and as a student, although I finished my entire PhD degree and my master's degree all online, just to give you an idea. But there are some professors that I would have loved to meet. Like there was a professor in Hawaii that was teaching one of my classes, and it was significant because I just enjoyed him. I mean, he was fun. He was always engaged, and just, he was just there all the time, and that made it fun.
Although what do they call it? The retreats or whatever else they had you come to? What were those called?
Residencies.
The residencies. There you go. It's such a weird term. I only have ever hear residency referred to in the medical sense.
Yeah, but it's in the doctoral sense.
Um,
If you expand that to doctoral sense, it's that they were residencies for my PhD. I didn't have residencies in my master's degree.
right. Those were always interesting. You always came home with some fun stories from the
Oh
residencies.
gosh, those guys. There was one guy. He was teaching about because see, in management, you learn a lot about the organizational behavior and behavior of people. And the one that I remember most dramatically, and I'm getting off to the side again, is they came in and they developed a skit between the two instructors that were team teaching the class to basically tell all the students that that the University of Phoenix has just been decertified, and with it being decertified, that our degrees were totally all the work that we had done up to that point was lost and is irrecoverable because no other university would ever accept it. I mean, here we are. We spent money to get to the residency, and anyway, just blew our minds. So they let us stew on that for a while, and then when he came back, he asked, "Okay, what did you do about it? How did you react? How did you, And at some point, he said, "Okay," he says, "you probably fell in about 4 different categories. 1, you were just crushed and you didn't know what to do. 2, you sought for validation, so you immediately got on the web and looked for any sort of news article that would validate the truth of what I just said. And then a couple other levels there. I was in the camp of trying to validate it." Probably why I remember that one in particular. So I was trying to validate and could find no validation for what they were saying at all. So after a while, I figured they were just, baiting us, which wasn't unusual to get us to react to things in our organizational behavior classes. And it turns out it was fictitious, but it was a real impactful exercise in understanding how people react to news and change. And some people don't react well. There were some very angry people in our room, and we were all PhD students. We were all friends by this time, and we knew each other. We worked together. We were helping each other, and all of a sudden, our lives were torn up and crushed in a moment. So that was pretty cool.
And then they served donuts and said, "I'm so sorry."
They said, "I'm so sorry." I don't know that the sorry came with it.
Edistea says, "Number 2 for me, absolutely." Yeah, verify that, because what? And that was before the whole fake news everything, right? That was well before 2016 started. Fake news became like a thing in everybody's mind. At that time when you still knew that the news kind of manipulated things, but people weren't hyper aware of AI and news and all that kind of stuff being twisted like that.
Well, and you believe your instructors. Your instructors in the room are trusted individuals, right?
Yeah, of course.
And
Mr. Stupar is here. Says, "Hey Doc, what's up?"
I can't get this conveyor to. It says it's okay when I click on it the first time, and then I can't raise it, and it just says red. And
Try
yellow.
changing it from curve.
Let's try. Okay,
Weird.
that is weird and now it probably won't get down into this one. I'm probably gonna have to raise the. Nope, I'm gonna have to raise that one. That's fine. I can raise this one. Anyway, so yeah, there were a lot of crazy stories. That guy was he gave us all his free book. His free book was a book of poetry, oddly enough, really, about wildflowers. I still have it, but
Oh yeah.
anyway, wildflowers. It was a book about leadership, of course.
Element says, "That sounds like my school's technology and operations management unit would do that."
Yeah, probably would.
And address data, I'm looking up. I've seen those before. I don't know if Doc has. So I'm going to send him the link, and if I can find a link to a good short one, I'm going to have him watch it and respond to it.
Okay.
Go. Yeah, this is kind of like the classic one. Mr. Stupar says, "Is that some kind of Megabase?" Yes, sir. This is the death throes of our original Megabase. We are currently in the bowels, gutting it, removing everything valuable, and dissecting all of its parts for use over at the Gigafactory. Hey Doc, I have a video to share that I think you watching it and react to it would be actually pretty cool.
Okay.
It's about 6 minutes long.
I want to get up here, and you're going to show it to everybody, right?
Well, I'm going to send it to you so you can link it so they can actually listen to it with you.
Okay.
Okay. So I did send it to you on Discord whenever you're ready. And really, we only have about 15 minutes left on the stream anyway. So that one needs to be reversed.
I did reverse it, yep. Okay, send it to me on Discord. I'm going to hit escape here to get over to Discord, and learned helplessness. Oh dear. Okay, so let me get it.
It makes it sound like a vivisection. Yes, Archon, it does. So to make wow, 17 years ago.
All right, let's see what the
So-
sound level is.
Biggest fear for an adolescent is written all the way throughout this text. The biggest fear of an adolescent, Jesse,
Not fitting in.
is not fitting in. You talked about acceptance. Now, to understand how this happens and how this looks and what this feels like, I'm going to have you do an activity. This is an on-your-own activity, and just this is not to tax you. These are easy things. This is just to kind of get you feeling what we're going to go over. So everybody, if you would take out a short piece of paper. I'm going to pass out these papers, and just keep them face down. And if you would, no one write on these, write on your own papers. Keep them face down. Yeah. Everybody have one? If you would, just do them one at a time, and I will tell you when to do them. Everybody turn it over. Just do your own work. And this isn't meant to be hard. These are anagrams. Just do the first one only. Go ahead and solve it. An anagram is rearrange the letters to form a word. Just one. Just rearrange those letters to form a word. When you're done, I need to see your hand raised. Okay, keep going. We'll wait. Keep your hands up, please. Just do number one. Don't go on. Don't go on. This isn't meant to be difficult. Okay, put your hands down. Let's just go to number two. Don't even worry about number one. Go to number two. Solve that one. Again, when you're done, I want to see your hands up. Everybody's hands down. We're going to go ahead and do number three. For number three, rearrange the letters, and as soon as you do, go ahead and put your hand up. Here's what you need to know. You were both given two different lists. This side of the room was given these three words. And left side of the room, here you go. They were given bat. What would the word be? The second one, they were given lemon. Brian, the word? Melon. They were easy. The trick here was both of you were given the third word, which was the same. The third word was cinerama, which was American. Your first two words on this side of my classroom were not solvable. They were impossible tasks. I'm sorry. I know, but here's what we did this for. I was able to induce something called learned helplessness in the left side of the room very easily within about 5 minutes. I want you to think about what happened to you, this left side of the room, when you saw the right side of the room raising their hands because they already had the task done. What happened to you during that time? Jory?
Felt stupid.
You felt stupid? Okay.
I felt rushed.
Felt rushed? Joelle?
I was even more confused.
You were even more confused because they all got it and you were still struggling. Chelsea?
Frustrated.
Frustrated. What happened by the time you got to the third word? Because I'm here to tell you, this side of the room is not significantly more intelligent than this side of the room. That was a random assignment. So what happened to show the differences? Why did you have more of a difficult time with the third word, which was the exact
Exactly.
same word? Brian?
My confidence was shot.
Exactly.
What you experienced was a term called learned helplessness. How many have heard of the term before? Let me see your hands.
Nope.
Learned helplessness is often used in the academic literature to mean what? Jory?
Basically, they fail once or can't do something one time, and then they apply that to everything in the future, so all the future applications become skewed by
You
that.
start generalizing it.
And here's the thing, and this is what I want everybody to understand. It's usually only used in the academic research. You'll see it in ed psych books. You'll see it in school
Yeah,
textbooks
and you can
when they
pause
talk
it
about
or end
learning.
it anytime if you
Now,
want
I'm
to.
going to challenge us to think about
Okay, well, Leafy too was pretty confused. He came in the middle of it. It was obviously a very old grainy video, but we were talking about things that I experienced in my doctoral program where they were messing with your mind just to give you an idea of what happens in group settings when you've got groups and they're hearing news or reacting to management changes or just changes, period. And that one was introduced. So what you missed was the introduction to that video. And so that's what that was. And I was reacting to the fact that it's a typical salesman technique. Okay, so I was aware of it from my sales background from prior to working at Boeing. That basically you want your client to say yes, 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 and then when they get to the hard question, they're more likely to say yes again, which is the close question. So here you get a situation where she did the opposite. She basically gave them a negative experience 2 times in a row, and then the third time, the class that had the negative side experience rather than the positive actually performed better on the same question when there was really no difference in the question. So that's another one of those cool but cruel exercises. Cool but cruel exercises that teachers sometimes give their students, that was fun. Whoever shared that
That was Adrastea's idea for that video.
that was pretty cool.
I think that is interesting. An interesting correlation you made between that and the salesman approach. That's the same psychological phenomenon in the positive versus the negative. Very cool. Hey, Sam Christensen, if you came in just then, it was just a quick video in the middle of fixing out our mega factory here.
Yep, we're taking and decommissioning the Mega Factory, and in the process of decommissioning it, we're just taking the products that are being built now that are actually being built good to a certain degree, but need to go into higher level parts. They're all going to come out and go into our mega train here. This is the train station, by the way. That's the train station.
Mega train, huh?
Oh, we'll call it a mega train, right?
It's not a giga train.
Not quite. I'll have to outdo it to have a giga train.
Oh, yes. The giga train is by definition the train that comes after the mega train.
Would have to. Yes, would have to be.
Sure. Adrastea says about learned helplessness. My approach is always that I could do anything. And that's how I approach work as well as when they ask me to do something new.
Mm-hmm.
Good. That helps quite a bit.
In other words, it's just something I haven't done yet. Just the next thing to learn.
Yeah.
Learned helplessness happens way too much in our society. To be truthful, there's a lot of people that would like to tell you that you can't. And it's too few people that keep saying, yes, you can do this, you can try it, you can work through it.
Mm-hmm. So Torvok says, Doc, I think you're about to have a big problem. You only have 2 more stations in that direction. You have how many more connections to make?
I'm not sure. I haven't really looked.
Quite a few.
Quite a few in that direction? Okay. Well,
No,
then,
more than 2.
More than 2, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Well. That is the last of the connections on this side. And so the 2 types of nobelisks are the 2 that came up last. So I'm going to have to start bringing them over to the other side, Robert.
Yeah. So Leafy says, my homeroom teacher back in 5th grade told me I couldn't be the class president because I was too stupid. Said in front of the whole class.
Oh,
He was not a good teacher.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
No kidding.
And that'll stick with you probably just about forever, you know?
Yeah.
Even if you don't agree with it, you don't believe it, it's still going to stick with you because it's a teacher. You know?
Well, he remembers it today still.
Yeah.
He still remembers it today. That's sad. Okay, so these two are going to go unused because I'm going to have to bring them to the other side. Okay. Okay, very good. Those two are going to remain unused while I bring them over to the other side and start filling in over here. Pretty cool. Do we have more product to bring, Robert, still? You've
Yep.
given me a stub out here. Oh, you're... How many stubs do I have coming out already?
Just one that you haven't done yet.
Just the black powder?
Let
so far?
me count how many are left, I guess. I'm just now getting to all the aluminum stuff, so...
Okay.
Oh, well, we have the packaged rocket fuel, and the crystal oscillator, and the high-speed connector, and then the casing, and the all-clad. So we have at least 5, 6... Oh, because we have the turbo motors, and the pressure conversion cube. So we have a bunch more on this side.
Okay.
But I could send them left to go to the other side.
Would you rather do that, or would you rather me just bring them along underneath here? So I can just bring them along underneath.
Oh, have you already run out up there?
Yes.
Oh. I thought we had 2 left. Okay, we're all out. Huh?
No, the two that were left were 2 more than what I could use upstairs.
Well,
So
I
had to
tell you
remove
what, I'll bring him down across the bottom. I don't have very much space down here anyway, so I'll bring him out and poke him out later.
What does that mean?
I will bring these out from down there. I'll poke them out on the far side because I don't have very much space to get under here anyway. So it would be easier for me to take them down there.
Oh. Okay. Should I continue with the black powder one, though?
Sure.
Okay.
The Megabase Man says the Giga train needs to have one of every single item in a separate cargo carriage, including slugs and sloops. It's essentially a mobile mall. Wouldn't that be cool? Your mall is a train. That would be awesome. And Adristea says, when I hire people, I put more value to their attitude than their skills. Skills I can teach. I will not try to change their attitude.
Exactly. And you might as well not even try because you probably will not be successful in doing so. Which is kind of a sad thing in today's culture and society, but
And that's, I think, when people talk about they need to have the culture fit with the company. I think that's more what they mean. It's more, we need to make sure that this person can get the job done. Or, that's not what I meant to say. That this person can... I'm sorry, English has failed me. I can't speak.
okay.
Yep.
Basically what you're saying is it's not necessarily a cultural thing, it's just, do you have the ability to work? Do you have a can-do attitude about solving problems? Do you have a desire to work with other people, or do other people, make you sick trying to work with them? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily, they talk about it being a cultural thing. And in some cases it is. Zappos shoes is not the kind of culture I would ever want to work in.
What a weird example, but okay.
But that is an exact example of what I'm talking about, because Zappos is just weird. You know, it's an Amazon company now, but Amazon supposedly is giving it a hands-off attitude um, as far as what their management style. Let them do their thing.
Listen, Zappos like really big on the automation and stuff. I seem to remember some factory tour they did being a big deal.
Yes, but they have a very they celebrate birthdays weird. They
Oh, they're one of
decorate their
those
cubes.
companies.
Yes,
I'm sorry, I want to clock out at 5 o'clock and be done. Or at
Yeah.
least if I was working in a corporate world, I'd want to.
and culturally, if you are that way in their company, you would not fit.
Yeah, no, thank you. No, thank you. Look, you guys are great, but your coworkers not friends.
Unless I choose that you're going to be friends with me.
Yeah.
Yep. You're not going to be an enforced friend.
Oh, nothing. I'm sorry. Nothing's worse than a corporate friend. Oh,
Yeah, I had a hard time too when, I mean, I had a particular boss that liked to socialize after work, and I was invited a couple times.
hey, you want to
There-
come to the bar?
One of the no, it was to her house. It would have been a nice day, except the featured activity they were going to do was beer making
Yeah.
and consuming it and tasting it,
Which
which
is something we do.
isn't something that you and I or my family do. So
Okay, well, Doc, I need to read chat because we've had quite the conversation going on in chat, and I just can't keep up without it
Okay.
while working. So I gotta actually scroll up.
okay, it's 101 anyway. So
Archon says, I never liked the interview questioner of hard or difficult situation for that reason. Majority of the time, it just feels extremely difficult for what you have in the moment. Once you're done with it, it was hard. It was as hard as you thought it was. Oh, what was one time when you found something at work very difficult to do and you had to overcome it? Alexa says, I once took my English teacher to task. He said, I assume you did all your homework. And I told him the typical assume joke. And he had me come up and explain it. So he had to write on the board assume and then turn it into, oh brother.
doesn't sound very fun at all, at all, at all. All right. Well, unfortunately, we've got till 1 o'clock. Got to 1 o'clock
Yeah.
now. I think there's a last hurrah thing that I'm going to do. I have moved to the other side. I'm not going to put any lifts over the roadway in
Okay.
between.
That's fine.
So whatever pokes out here is just going to come this direction, and
Sounds good.
you're not going to poke anything out under the roadway anyway. There's nothing there.
First time chat from Clever Names Suck says, culture at work is, do your values and habits mesh well with the norms of the workplace? Do your values and habits mesh well with the norms of the workplace? Sure.
And I think I could vote for that one simply because, norms and values are, what make the person.
Yeah. Donaldgram says, I don't know. I can't stand with working with some people. I expect a specific level of professionalism. Nothing wrong with being low-strung, but business comes first. Get the job done, get it done correctly, then get it done as quickly as you can correctly, then play.
Mm-hmm. And play is after you're clocked out, usually.
And Sam says, wow, he's made a couple of comments here. He says, I had another teacher that year. Leafy continues with his teaching comments earlier. Says, another teacher that year who was so into teaching that at the start of the year, he would fake cut off his arm as a learning lessons for using the paper cutter.
Okay. That's rather graphic lesson.
Welcome back from lunch, caffeinated. He says, I had to walk a 95-degree no-cloud torture just to see the tail end of the stream.
95-degree, no clouds.
Yeah, and he's just north of us, so yeah, it's a little bit warmer than it is here.
Yep. All right. Well, I think I'm going to have to leave that for the. for
When I
another
worked
stream.
at the convention center, I was a part-time guy, but I worked in every department there, so I worked a lot of back of house, front of house, everything. And it was funny how different the departments work, because if you were back of house, you were part of operations, you were setting up for events. So you're cleaning the place, you're putting down carpets, you're setting up tables and chairs and this and that. And with the operations department, it was as soon as you get handed that piece of paper to go set up a room, it's just a full-on blitz. You get it done as fast as you possibly can. If you don't have a piece of paper in front of you to do, you're lazing around, you're counting inventory, you're hanging out, you're kind of taking it easy, doing whatever,
You're
right?
trying to find work.
Right.
Trying to find something to do to keep from the boredom.
And then if I was working front of house, or if I was working with the ladies that were planning it, it was everything's done by committee. Everybody talks together. Everybody gets on the same page. Everybody kind of shares work with each other and helps each other out. And everybody's always kind of like this low level busy. Everybody's always busy, but there's always time to chat. And there's just such a different energy between the two different departments. I liked operations a lot more, but I could mesh in any group.
You liked operations more, you said?
Yeah. It's also a lot less stressful. There for about the last year I was working there, I worked with the people who rented the booths at different events. And so I would be the one charging them for coming there, for storing their stuff, for, if they want to have electricity at their booth, that kind of stuff. And man, so many people, like the people who have done it a few times, they always come there and they know they immediately pay for their electricity, pay for everything else. But there are so many people who, they're paying for this booth and it's going to cost them $500 for the weekend or something like that.
And that should be everything, right?
Yeah, and then when you say, yeah, except it's going to cost you another $75 for electricity, they're like, oh, can I just plug in my own cord myself? And then at the end of the day, after you've had people pay for their electricity, then you get to walk the convention floor after all the setup's done before the convention starts the next day. And it's like, oh, unplug you, and marking down all these people who are plugging in their own stuff, not knowing. And then, of course, the next day you show up nice and early, and they're like, hey, overnight, somebody came through with me, unplugged me. I need to plug back in. Oh. Well, actually.
$75? Interesting. So you were the bad guy.
I was the bad guy. And I hated it for a while, but then, actually, good story, the head of security there at the convention center, he was one of those super gruff guys. They were all ex-military. But then it was probably one of those, I was at a convention that was it was like the biggest one of the year, and I was obviously in over my head. The person in charge came down with the flu the day before the convention started. And so suddenly I was doing way more of the work than I was supposed to. And so he, head of security, decides, yeah, that sounds like fun. And we walked the floor together to check to see who was stealing electricity. Mm-hmm. And every once in a while we'd come upon a vendor who was still setting up and had to talk to him. And it was fun seeing this security guard who's like 6'4" and 300 pounds. It's like when he tells somebody you can't steal electricity, it comes very different than from me.
Well, you looked like the 16-year-old kid.
Yeah, I did.
Like, what do you know?
Right.
All right, the last hurrah. Those are all set to unload, which means that the product coming from the Mega Factory is now at least sitting inside the freight platform.
Yeah.
And some still weren't able. No, those are train tracks. So the whole front of the train was able to unload. So
Oh, Sam notes. You could copy and paste for train settings as well.
you can. I didn't see a paste or copy.
You do it just with hotkeys.
Yeah, there was no paste or copy here, so I just didn't think you could. Okie dokie. All right. Well, hey, we're going to be at this again tomorrow. And tomorrow, I don't think we've decided exactly what we're going to do tomorrow yet. But it will be fun, it'll be engaging, and it'll be interesting,
Yeah.
to say the least. So look forward to seeing you then. If you haven't subscribed already on Twitch or become a member on YouTube, consider doing that and come and play with us. Next week, I've already said at the beginning of the stream, we're going to do a group thing with Satisfactory. So every member or subscriber on either Twitch or YouTube, the paid platforms, whether you're a member or a subscriber, you get to play with us in our world and have fun all together, which that tends to be pretty fun. So have a great rest of your day, and we'll look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Bye-bye.